Aleister Black in action. He's going to be taking on The Miz. As well as that, we've also got, I believe, Randy Orton is on the show. So I believe we've got Randy. And no John Cena expected this week. No Cody Rhodes expected this week. Apparently, he's been removed, Cody, from tonight and next week, but he is still being advertised for the 16th. So it looks like Cody will be back. I don't know if he'll be back on the Raw or if he'll be back on the SmackDown in 2 weeks, but not expecting Cena, not expecting Cody, but we are expecting Randy Orton. So we've got not loads to be honest, unless they've added a little bit more to the preview, and I've just not seen over the past couple of hours. Let's just have a little look and see if there is anything. I didn't even check, to be honest, the WWE website. We have just those two things on the website. That's it. It does also say, though, it doesn't actually list it, but it does mention LA Knight going one-on-one against Damian Priest. And, of course, we should get some follow-on from Nia Jax as well. So, a couple of little bits. Nothing massive. We'll have to see kind of what they've got for us. Obviously, we are very close to Backlash. Next week is going to be the go-home shows, which is really weird if you think how long we had to wait between Elimination Chamber and WrestleMania. It's really weird to think that next weekend we've got another PLE, but here we are. I'm excited for it. I hope you are as well. And should be good. Daze, how are you? When do we think there'll be a draft? Said B930N channel. Shout out to you, but draft, they said, should be the last thing I saw on Unseen was the report from PW Insider. It should be sometime this year. Historically, we've done it at two different points in the year. We've done it at the end of the year, but more recently, we've done it after WrestleMania. So my thoughts were that we would probably do it next week, but obviously we're not going to do it next week because of the fact that we've got Backlash. So because WrestleMania is later this year, next week would have been the week I would have expected it. But we're not going to do that because of Backlash. So let's get Backlash out the way. And then, honestly, I'm thinking late May, June. Nothing's been confirmed, but I'm thinking late May, June, because I think that we do need a little bit of a post-WrestleMania shake-up. And I think that there's some people that we could call up from NXT as well that we've not quite done. I mean, you've got Trick Williams down there, and you've got Ethan Page, who I think is, ready to come up. The thing with Ethan Page is that he didn't need to go to NXT to learn how to wrestle. He just needed to go to NXT to raise his star power and for us to kind of sort a few things out. So, yeah, just, he's not someone that needs to be there for a long period of time. So, yeah, I think that we could get one quite soon. I was expecting one after Mania. I understand why we've not had it because of Backlash, but maybe just get Backlash out the way. But that's not come from any source. PW Insider are saying there will be one this year, though. Connor, shout out to you, said, do we see any of these stars return in? Sami Zayn, he's back, isn't he? Michin, yeah. Nathan Frazier, yeah. Fraxium got called up. Aleister Black. Oh, turning heel. Oh, right. No, well, a lot of those aren't on the show, but so no, they're not on the show. I thought you was talking about returning. Adam said, I saw a crazy fact about WrestleMania today. The time it took from the music hitting for Travis Scott getting to the ring was the same amount of time it took Orton's match with Joe Hendry. I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure I heard. I mean, that's an interesting... I wonder how actually, from the moment his music hit to the moment he made it to the ring. I wonder if that is true. I was listening to Jim Cornette talk about Cody Cena because I was interested as to what he'd thought about it. And he timed how long it took Travis Scott to get to the ring, and he said it was 1 minute 50. And the Randy match was 3 minutes 5 or something like that. So I wonder if there was like a good minute 10 seconds, minute 15 seconds of just music playing before Travis emerged, and then it took him 1 minute 50 to come down. Maybe, yeah. Maybe if someone's looked into that and the whole thing has come out as being longer than the Randy match, maybe. But I was listening the other day. I know that the amount of time it took Travis to get from when he emerged to the ring is apparently about 1 minute 50, something along those lines. So yeah, perhaps there is something to that, but perhaps there is something to that. Miss Dell Jr. said, Daze, what would you rate the Raw, NXT, and SmackDown commentary team out of 10? Give your opinions on them. Well, people know I'm not a fan of Pat, but Michael Cole is a true GOAT. So I would say that Raw commentary I would give a 6. I think that... genuinely, I think that Pat brings out the worst in Michael. I think that Michael has become a bit goofy, a bit silly. And that is one of my criticisms of Pat, is that he is like an 8-year-old on commentary. Do you know, I also, I don't like going on about it because I know there's people here that are fans of him, but if you actually Google narcissistic, right, the word narcissistic, because someone asked me a question on Twitter. They were like, why do you really not like Pat? Like, what is it about him? And it just made me think for a second, like, how can I put this into a very short sentence? How can I explain it very quickly? How can I not rant and go on a big thing? And so I said, Google narcissistic. And I checked it because I know what a narcissist is. And I just checked. In my mind, he's got narcissistic tendencies, right? And I'm not. This isn't me being mean. I'm being deadly, deadly serious, right? Deadly serious. This is not me throwing shade. This is me saying I genuinely believe this. I genuinely believe this because if you actually Google it, it's someone that seeks attention. It's someone that's got an inflated opinion of themselves. And I believe that I have witnessed and seen all of those qualities from him after all the years that I've had to watch him on WWE programming. Like the promo the other day, for example, which I thought was horrific because it was literally a good 5 minutes of him telling us how amazing he is and the charity work he does. And it's like, that's just like flabbergasted that we would use TV time to put that kind of like propaganda out there. Just awful. So, it's minus numbers for him, but it's, I think he really genuinely brings the worst out in Michael Cole. Genuinely. I think Michael is an excellent commentator. I think when you judge commentary, I always think like normal chit-chat stuff is your bread and butter, right? Actually sitting there and talking whilst the show is on, delivering information, plugging other things, blah, 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 all of that stuff, yeah? That's your bread and butter. But I think where a commentator really shines is in those moments where you've got to enthuse and, you get to a dramatic moment. So in those moments, can they communicate clearly? Do they add to the tension of the moment? I mean, you don't want someone squeaking and squealing. Again, another criticism that I would have of Pat is in those moments, his voice is irritating at the best of times. In those moments, it becomes borderline unbearable. Michael is very, very good in those moments to actually be very clear and to communicate and actually get his messaging across and to add to the moment as well. JR was excellent at that. Jim Ross was excellent at that. And I think Michael Cole has been excellent at that as well. So genuinely, I would be thinking about a 6 for Raw. In regards to SmackDown, I think Joe has really come into his own. I think Joe kind of has got the really good bread and butter of like, right, we've got this happening. This is going on. Wade, did you hear about such and such? Bit of a chit-chatty kind of a good relationship between him and Wade's. It's not like a Gorilla Bobby or a JR, Jerry the King Lawler, but good relationship between those two. And I think that Joe is someone that I'm just waiting to see in like a big match, which I don't know if he's done. I mean, I suppose he's done some on SmackDown, but I've not heard him do any on PLEs. So I don't know what he would be like in that moment where Cody's about to win the title, finish the story. You know, you can hear what Michael would say in that moment, but what would Joe be like in that moment? What would Joe Tessitore be like if Cody was finishing the story and he was on the call? I'm not sure. Michael, like I've heard, I can hear it in my head now as I'm saying it. But Joe, I don't know. That's the area that I'm still a bit. But his bread and butter, his clarity, tone, all of that stuff, great. Getting the information across, not jumping in at the wrong times, not saying stupid things. Lots of boxes being ticked by Joe. I really like him. I think he's really solid. So I would say that he's not a Michael Cole because there is that element that's missing. But I think Cole kind of shoots himself in the foot at the moment with being a bit goofy. I think, do you know what? Michael Cole right now strikes me as someone that's never really had a friend. And he's now finally got a friend. That's how Michael Cole comes across to me in 2025. Michael Cole comes across as someone that's never really had a friend in this business, but now, do you know what he does with Pat? And he loves it. And so, you know, he'll talk about Pat lovingly, and he'll act goofy and all that kind of stuff. And I think it just brings out the worst in him. So where it drags Michael's score down, I still give them a 6 because Michael's a GOAT. On SmackDown, I would say Wade's got a lovely tone to his voice. I think he works well with Joe Tessitore. I think he's a colour guy. He does a great job. I don't think they're the greatest pairing of all time, so I'd be thinking like a 7.75, something like that for those two. And then NXT is a real mess because I really like Vic Joseph. I think he's excellent. I think he is so good at his job. I think he's excellent at being enthused. I think he gets the information across. I think he's really fun. Like, he'll rib Booker as well. Like, last week, he was saying last time we were in this building, you was fast asleep because last week they were in the same building as the Hall of Fame. So, and Booker was shown, obviously, like, having a bit of a doze. So, you know, he's good at having a little rib, a little dig. He's good at, like, putting in the dramatic calls. He's good with the bread and butter stuff. He's clear. The pacing's good. He doesn't jump in at the wrong times. He doesn't say stuff that makes you go, what? He is very, very good. I actually don't know who I prefer out of him. Clearly, Michael's the GOAT, but I don't know who I prefer out of Vic or Joe Tessitore. I think they're both excellent. I think Vic's more of a wrestling commentator. I think Joe is in the process of learning it, but I think Joe brings an air of experience. You can sort of tell this isn't a guy they've just plucked off the street. You can tell he's done some major work before. So they're both about the same in my mind, but I think that they both have strengths, they both have weaknesses. Corey, I really like. I mean, you know, it's another reason why Pat gets a down mark, because we could have Corey on the main roster, and I think Corey's a good colour guy. I think he's fun. I think he's pretty witty. I think that he's clear. So, yeah, like the fact that he's down in NXT, I think is a bit of a disgrace. Booker's an interesting one because Booker is a rule breaker, man. You know, Booker can say some wacky stuff. You never know what you're going to get. There's an air of unpredictability about him. But because he used to be a wrestler, he knows. And because he trains like Roxanne, he knows. And he is excellent at highlighting a few little things. So, like, you know, that Devil's Kiss move. I mean, even Stephanie now points at Booker when she's about to do it. Even she points at him. He's become a bigger part of that move than she has. So it is kind of crazy how, you know, he gets blasted for being like a really bad commentator. because there's a lot of boxes there that don't get it. He's got a nice tone to his voice, but he just makes noises and all this kind of stuff. And like even in that move is like but it does land with the crowd. It does land with the crowd, and I don't find him like difficult to listen to. I don't find him like an 8-year-old. I think that he injects that at times where he thinks he needs it, but he's not doing it all the time. Look at the entrance for Trick Williams when Trick comes out. What that Trick? What that Trick? I like it. What that Trick? Oh yeah. What? And it added to the moment. These aren't things that I think he gets told to do. I don't think he gets told to do those things. I think he just reads it and feels it and goes with it. So he's a weird one. Honestly, he's a weird one. I wouldn't bring that to the main roster, but I think that it's all right down in NXT for it to just be injected. I think the 3-man booth is kind of good because you've really got Vic and Corey as your main two, and then Booker's just there as just this wacky guy that people love, 5-time. We've grown up watching him. He's a legend. He's got his own wrestling promotion. He helped bring Roxanne to the dance. So score-wise, that's a real difficult one because it's a real cluster in it down there. It's a real cluster. But you know what? I might go 8. I might say it's the best because I think you get a bit of everything. I think Corey should be on the main roster, but he's in NXT. I think Vic Joseph is up there with Joe Tessitore. And then I think you've got so you've kind of got the lead commentator, you've got the color commentator, and then you've just got the flipping out there crazy uncle at the end, right? Who will just inject and have a bit of banter and just bring, maybe Pat would be a little more palatable if they did a 3-man booth on Raw. Maybe if the bulk of the work was done by Michael Cole and Corey, and then Pat just jumped in with the odd quip, maybe that would be a much better balance. Perhaps that would be a much better way forward. If we've got to do this, if he's got to be around, maybe that is a solution. Because I sort of feel like that's how we use Booker down in NXT. So, really interesting question. I would probably break it down that way. I think that the teams are all slightly different, but I think there's more fun with NXT. I think it still can do the big dramatic moments. I think you've got the wackiness there. I think Booker does the wackiness better than Pat. I think Corey is easily as good a color commentator as Wade. And I think, honestly, Vic's as good as Joe. I think the only person that really shines, clearly stands above all the rest, is Michael Cole. Because, he's been doing it for so long and he's been part of some massive calls. I mean, he really is in conversation up there with JR for like a GOAT of WWE commentary. But, that's how I would break it down in my head. Let's go 9. Holiday, because this is going to be interesting. 9. Holiday with some commentary thoughts. Appreciate it, buds. Here we go.
9 Holiday 4.
Turn this down a little bit.
$10. I have my issues with Tessitore. He is not loud enough at times.
I don't know why this is so slow.
Him out. Joe also ruined the Aleister Black comeback for me. Top 5 1, Graves 2, Cole 3, Barrett 4, Vic 5, Joe.
How did he ruin the Aleister Black comeback for you, bud? How did he ruin that for you? So you've got Graves at 1. I mean, I really like Corey Graves. I agree. And Cole at 2. I agree. I wish that was the pairing. Then you've got Barrett. Then you've got Vic Joseph. Okay. And then you've got Joe in at 5. Okay. So you've got Vic. Perhaps. I mean, I can't say that I've noticed him getting drowned out by the music, but if you're telling me that you've sensed that or heard that, then I believe you. I wonder if it's just more of a volume thing on his headpiece. I suppose there are times where you need to enthuse, and that is the caveat with Joe, is that I've not heard the big plays from him. I've not heard what he's like at WrestleMania. I've not heard what he's like at SummerSlam. I've not heard, like, in those big moments. I think that he is clearly behind Michael Cole. I like his bread and butter. I like his, welcome to the show and all of that tone of his voice. I mean, if you compare it to, I forget his name now. What was the Irish guy's name that was on commentary for a little bit? If you compare it to him, he was not very good at all, and you could tell straight away that he did not. There's a sad truth with commentary that I think you're kind of either born with a voice for it or you're not. I think some things you can teach, but there's some things that you can't. Like, you can't teach someone to be taller. You are the height that you are, and I think the same is true with the tone of your voice. Like, some people have got a voice that works well for commentary, and some people don't. And I think that Joe's voice works for commentary. But in those big moments where he's got to really enthuse, that's where I'm still uncertain. And maybe a degree of that shows itself with the entrance music when he needs to kind of get a bit louder over the top of it. I'll try and keep an ear out for that. That's interesting. So, 9 Dot Holiday, thank you, my friend. I thought that was an interesting comment that's got me thinking. So I will keep an ear out for that. A. Jobson.
A.B. Jobson.
It's a bit slow, isn't it, today?
Member. Pro Wrestling Unlimited Killer Kelly TNA contract is up in August. Hardy Boys TNA contract is up in November of this year. Joe Henry contract is up at the end of the year.
We'll have to see if any of those find their way to WWE. I mean, I really like Killer Kelly, but she was in WWE before. She was in NXT UK. It didn't really work out, so... All right. Bora. I might not use this. It's too slow.
Daze Cena has the third longest combined world title reign of the modern era. His 17 reigns are at 1,420 days. Brock is at 1,511 days. Cena has to keep the title till 8-2.
Yeah, I ain't using this.
Do you think he will pass Brock?
He's got to keep it. How long's he got to keep it? Till the 2nd of August. Yeah, I think he could do that. I don't know if that's a record WWE are aware of, to be honest. But if it's doing the rounds on social media, getting a little bit of buzz, then they'll become aware of it. And then, yeah, I think there's a chance that he can get past 2nd of August. I think he gets past Randy. And, I mean, that's going to take us 2nd of August. When is SummerSlam? Because that's August, isn't it? Isn't it? Like, it's the 1st. Oh, hang on, that's next year. SummerSlam 2025. It's the 2nd of August. 2nd and 3rd. So, I think he can get to SummerSlam. But I don't know if he gets past SummerSlam. If he fights on night 2, though, he'll do it. Money. If he's got to get past the 2nd of August, then he'll do it. Because if he's on that show, I'm thinking he's probably going to be night 2, which would be the 3rd. So if I'm a betting man right now, I'm going to say, yes, I think he does it. Joe's announcement when Aleister came out, it seemed a little flat compared to Wade's. Joe seemed super vanilla. We need some flavor with his announcing. Nine Doc Holiday, shout out to you. James said, Daze, the Irish commentator that you're thinking of is Kevin Patrick. Kevin Patrick, that's it. Straight away. First week you heard him, you were like, no. No, I don't. It did not sound like he was right for commentary. Again, it's just a bit of a sad truth that it's not something you can necessarily get taught. I think you can improve at it, but I think you have to have a rough kind of, you have to have something to work with, you know? That there has to be a kind of a tone of voice there that's going to apply itself, and I just don't think his voice was there, to be honest, for commentary. I don't think that's his calling in life. Let's put it that way. Right, the glitch on Raw is giving me Wyatt 6 vibes. When is that going to happen, said Jordan. Honestly, I don't know. I said about the glitch was that when I first saw it, I didn't think it was connected. There's even another video going around that's showing a screen that doesn't glitch, but I don't believe that to be the same screen. So I don't know. I don't know if that was not a glitching screen that we just picked up on. I mean, I will admit it is strange that it had glitched and then went back to normal, like by the time that Logan had walked past it. It is strange that someone managed to find the words Alexa in there, but I just don't know if you go looking for stuff, if you're going to find it, you know? I mean, why do a glitch on Raw? And, you know, Liv's not around for going to be like a month or so now. She's doing a film. And we thought that they were going to go after Liv and Raquel. Well, Liv's not around now. So where does that leave us? And why would it glitch as Logan is walking past? Are they going to do a feud with Logan? I mean, it doesn't quite add up, does it? It doesn't think glitched, and people have sort of jumped on it and gone, that must be Wyatt, or we think that's Wyatt 6, right? Which I understand. I'm not throwing shade at that. I understand. But I think the downside for me of me being like, I'll just see them when I see them, I think the downside is that I don't now find myself getting, genuinely, I don't find myself getting excited by those kinds of things. And I think it's because there's been so many, you can't keep going down that road, can you? There's been so many times where we've had tweets and theories that have not come through that you kind of go, do you know what? I'll just see them when I see them. Because what's the point in getting your hopes up for seeing them and then they're not on the show? And then what's going to happen then? You're just going to be disappointed, aren't you? So this is why it's difficult for me to get like all worked up and excited, because I want to, and I want them back, and I'm totally down for that. But there's just been so many false dawns, hasn't there? There's only so many times that you can get yourself excited for something that then doesn't happen before you go, do you know what? I'll just see them when I see them. So could they be on the show tonight? Yes, they could. I don't think that it's impossible. Do I think they're on the show tonight? I genuinely don't know. I mean, there's been no message from the Wyatt 6. To my knowledge, there's been nothing teasing their return for SmackDown. Outside of that glitch on Monday, which I think we can file as random at the very least, I think there's not really anything there. I can't even really see who they would go after. So I don't know. I hope we see them, but no craziness from me. No, I'm not getting worked up and like all excited and everything. We'll see. Eddie said, do we think that Jay beats Logan? I do think Jay will get past Logan, yes. I think Logan is someone that's a bit of a problem, actually, because he is obviously a big star and he's got a big social media following. I think WWE honestly want him around for that. WWE did not look at Logan and think to themselves, oh my God, we've got the next great wrestling talent here, yeah? When they first started working with him, they looked at him as a celebrity. And so he's a celebrity that came in and obviously did well. And because he did well, I think he started to like genuinely like fall in love with it. And I think that he sort of found something that he was quite happy to commit his time to. So I think, and also it's different to his brother as well. His brother's doing boxing. Logan's doing pro wrestling. And I think he was an amateur wrestler as well. So I could believe that he was into WWE or, enjoyed a bit of it when he was a kid. Don't know how much, but I could believe that. I think if you get into amateur wrestling as a kid, I've got to think that you have, been a fan of pro wrestling as well. So I sort of look at all that and I'm like, yeah, it all checks out. I understand. But I don't think at any point WWE were like, this is our guy. This is the next guy we want as world champion and all that, right? So he's kind of kept sticking around and he's committed more. And WWE are fine with that because the longer he stays, the more we can use his channel. I mean, he's just dropped a video on his channel for a song and it's just full of wrestling stuff. Yeah, it's full of wrestling stuff. I mean, you've got one of the biggest influencers in the world that is on a consistent basis having wrestlers on his show, putting wrestling content now in the music video. Like, he is highlighting wrestling, which is obviously to wrestling's benefit. So, I mean, it doesn't take Einstein to work out why WWE want him around, right? The problem is that he is someone that I think he is also a narcissist, right? I think the problem you've got with these celebrities is that they come first. They come first. They are their main focus. Look at Travis Scott. Travis Scott's first thought wasn't, how can I make wrestling better? His first thought was, what's in it for me? How can I experience the best moments? How can I be out there during the main event? I want to be out there when Cody turns. I want to, get involved physically. I want to be out there in the main event. Like, these celebrities that come in, it's about what can they get out of it, It's what can they get out of it. I'd flip it, do you know what? I'd just love a celebrity to come out and say they love wrestling and not expect anything in return. Do you know who that celebrity is, actually? Do you know who that celebrity is? And I've got all the time in the world for her as a result. Vanessa Hudgens. Vanessa Hudgens. She goes to the shows as a fan, right? She hasn't got in the ring. She hasn't slapped someone around. When she went backstage, she was like a flipping kid. Like, oh my God, this is amazing. She met the wrestlers and all that. And she goes to the shows and she goes as a fan. All the time in the world for her. Amazing. If someone asks her in an interview about it, I've no doubt she'd be like, yeah, love it. Go the wrestling, met the wrestlers, blah, blah, blah. I think she'd really put it over. But there's so many celebrities now that come in that just want something for them rather than doing what's right for wrestling. And I find that and I've always found that irritating. And I think that it's really come to the forefront in recent times. I think stuff we were talking and complaining about years ago, the chickens have come home to roost. And I think this is something now that the wider fan base is actually talking about. I think people have caught on, which is lovely to see. Lovely to see. But you'll never get rid of celebrities. And I don't want to get rid of celebrities. But I do want to stop them being involved in the physical side of stuff, really. If we have to have Travis Scott there doing a song, fine. If we have to have Hardy doing a song, fine. I haven't got a problem with that. People that watch football have to watch the flipping halftime show for the Super Bowl. So if I have to watch Wrestlemania and there's going to be a musical performance, that's fine. I can deal with that, right? And hopefully it's someone I'll enjoy. But it's just where you get that Travis Scott moment, isn't it? It's just where you get that kind of like Travis Scott moment where people go, oh, man, this sucks. So, yeah, there is this kind of frustration around at the moment. So in regards to Logan, the problem they've got is they've brought him as a celebrity. He's fallen in love with it. I don't think WWE are looking to put a world title onto him. I think they know that the heat he gets is not because he's an excellent heel. It's because he's a douche. It's because he said he wouldn't sue CoffeeZilla, who exposed all the crypto scam stuff. But because he exposed all the crypto scam stuff, Logan changed his mind and he is now suing CoffeeZilla. And, of course, also has not paid back the people that's got scammed. So there's a new video that's come out about Logan on YouTube, which I watched just to kind of get a refresh as to where we are with his most recent nightmares. And, you know, it's still just so shady. There's still, like, stuff that's going on. I mean, there's, like, personal messages that have been exposed now where he's talking about how he wants to financially ruin CoffeeZilla and all that stuff. This is someone that exposed the Crypto Zoo scam. And this is also someone that Logan thanked publicly for bringing it to his attention. And then, fast forward, he's now suing him. So, yeah, I sort of think that he's not a good person. Breaking news. And it's a case that the heat he gets is not because he's a great heel. So, unfortunately, he wants to be a world champion, though. And unfortunately, WWE are going to struggle to prevent that because you can keep kicking the can down the road, but at some point, he's going to go, look, I've done everything there is to do. I've done everything you've asked. Either I get a world title or I'm going to go. Now, at that point, WWE hopefully will go, well, it's been a pleasure, right? But I just don't know that they will, because I think they will look at getting wrestlers on his show and having his feed and having his following. And I think that, unfortunately, at that point, they'll go, okay, let's get you the money in the bank and we'll have you successfully cash in. And we'll, you know, if he gets a run, he ain't going to beat someone clean. If he gets a run, it's going to be brass knucks. It's going to be cash in. Yeah, it's going to be something like that. But unfortunately, I think mentally, yes, we do have to prepare ourselves for a Logan Paul world title run. But if I'm Triple H, because at some point he's going to turn around and say, listen, if I don't get it, I'm gone. And I don't think WWE are going to be strong enough to say goodbye. I think they'll go, okay, let's do it, but let's do it like this. And I think then he will be able to break. The thing for me, honestly, is I don't want him to be WWE champion. I can actually cope with him being world heavyweight champ, because that was a belt we just conjured out of thin air a few years ago. And yes, we've built up the prestige of it. Yes, Jey Uso's got it and Gunther had it. And the longer it's around, the more prestigious it's becoming. I understand all of that. But it's never going to be the WWE Championship. It's never going to be as good as the belt Cena has got right now. Because that is the belt. That is the belt where the lineage goes back to Bruno Sammartino. That is the belt that Hogan and Andre fought for. That is the belt that Stone Cold carried. It's not the one that Jay's got. The one that Jay's got, we just plucked out of thin air a few years ago. The real one is the one that Cena has. So I don't want Logan's name added to that lineage. I really would like to think WWE would put their foot down at that point, but yeah, there is a storm coming. There is a dilemma coming. But I think we can kick that can down the road a little further. I think we can kick it down the road a little further. I don't think that we have to take the belt off Jey. Do you know, there is also a sad truth about humanity. I'm going to tell you a sad truth about humanity. And that is that if you gradually do something, it's more palatable, right? And that is a sad truth. Take the ring, for example. Hate the sponsorships in the ring, but you don't hear people complaining about it. The reason why is because they put the Prime bottle in the middle of the ring. That had a big backlash. Everyone was talking about it. Everyone had an opinion. And I think the general consensus was, well, it's not ideal, but at least it's not coloured in. And it's not this major distraction. And at least it's just one thing. And look where we are now. Look where we are now. We've now got coloured sponsor, like, you know, the Snickers one that is like brown and red and blue, and like it's actually got colours. So it's not just an outline or just a word. It's like a Snickers bar is in the ring, right? And then you've got them in the corners. You've got the turnbuckle pads, but you don't hear people kicking off about it because it started off as somewhat relatively small and palatable, and okay, I can just about tolerate that. And then they gradually just increase it over time. And I think the same is true here. You could have Logan win that world title and lose it the same night, right? He could maybe cash in, and then, like, I don't know, somehow manage to flip in, lose it because there's someone that comes down and challenges him, and he accepts the challenge and loses it, right? Whatever. But he will have had it then. And then that means that if he gets it the next time, it's not going to sting as much because technically he's already had it. It might have only had it for a night. You know, it might be that he wins it on the Sunday and loses it on Raw. He might have it for 24 hours and that's it. But once that is done, a second reign is not as dramatic, is it? A second reign isn't going to sting as much. And I do think that this is a little tactic that WWE use on us, on fans. If they want us to take some medicine that's not very nice to take, they'll give you a little taste of it so that you go, oh, I didn't like that. And then, but you go, okay, that's fine. And then they'll give you flipping more later. And for some reason, the backlash does not get bigger. The outrage does not grow. People just sort of accept it. And I think that is a bit of a sad statement when it comes to humanity, that we are quite accepting, by and large, once we've kind of got over the initial shock. So, yeah, all of that just to say, yeah, mentally prepare yourself for a Logan Paul world title reign. That was the moral of the story. Jojo, shout out to you, my friends. Welcome, welcome. Braun Strowman has been released. James said Caden, Katana, Braun, and Dakota have been released. Wow. Well, we did fear that this was going to happen, didn't we? So Sean Rossap just reporting this. I wonder why they're issuing this news now. It's been in the air, honestly. It's been in the air. So 10 minutes ago, Sean said releases were starting. Then 4 minutes ago, Caden and Katana got released. I feel like I was ready for this, to be honest with you. I'm really, really disappointed that Caden and Katana are gone. I really like them. You know that I rated them. I love the little dance and that, but there is a sad truth when it comes to the women's tag division that we have spoken about, and that is that we don't need women's tag teams. Like, that's not how they use those belts. Yes, it would be lovely to have a women's tag division like the men's, but the way they've used those belts before is they've put just two wrestlers. Look at Liv and Raquel. Look at Jade and Bianca. You know, look at, go back through the history. It's normally two single stars thrown together. And that is by design. That's not like because we don't have teams. It's because that's how they want to use those belts. So if you are a dedicated women's tag team, that is not a focus for WWE. And it was so exciting when Caden and Katana were around because it felt like a green shoot. It felt like maybe the beginning of something, you know? It felt like maybe the beginning of something. But like, we could actually grow that division, but I think this is a pretty clear message that that is still not the direction that they're looking to go. So really disappointed by Caden and Katana. I always found them very entertaining. Dakota Kai, I mean, what can you say about Dakota? She is someone that I think has really struggled with injury. She's someone that I think, unfortunately, she was released before and then brought back to Damage Control. She was, I believe, out of the company, wasn't she? And she got brought back. Io was called up, but Dakota was brought back. And I think, unfortunately, it's just a situation where I think there's been some injury there. I think we've got some women coming through. I don't know. I don't know what her mobility is like now. I don't know if she's hindered in any way with those injuries. Do you know, wrestling has got a bit of a problem with ACL injuries, you know, like where people have to then wear a knee brace and all of that. I mean, I think it's because of like the way matches are done now, like with more moonsaults and things along those lines. There's a lot more high risk spots now than there ever was before. And the problem with that is that it is having an impact on wrestlers' bodies. And, you know, Bayley said the other day, people don't know how bad my injury was just after the pandemic. She's like, if people knew how bad my injury was, they wouldn't believe it. Like, I really think she struggled to walk and stuff like that. The way she was talking, I think that was a much more severe injury than we even know. I think the rehabilitation was hard. And I don't think she's the same wrestler, to be honest with you. I don't think Bayley is the same wrestler since her injury. And I don't know if Asuka will be the same wrestler because Asuka's got a knee brace now. I've seen pictures of her with a knee brace. I wonder if there is a sad truth. You know, I wonder if it'll really come to light that if you do your ACL and whatever, there is a way that it can recover and that you can be fine. But there is also a good percentage chance where you're never going to be able to work the same again. You'll never be the same wrestler. It's too serious of an injury, you know? I mean, to wrestle with a knee brace on, like Austin had to, you know? But then Austin was never doing moonsaults. Austin, you see, the thing is, Austin's style never needed to change. He was always a brawler. He was always kick to the midsection, throwing in some punches, you know, hurling people into the corner, clothesline, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff, right? He was never doing, like, tope suicidas and all this kind of stuff, you know? He's never doing suicide dives and blooming moonsaults and shooting star presses and all that sort of stuff. So it was never going to hinder his work, but perhaps we are seeing it being a case where it is hindering some modern superstars' work. So that would be what I would say for Dakota. Too much time away, too much injury, and I think it's just you fall behind in the pecking order. I feel really sorry for her. Braun Strowman has been released. I don't know about that, honestly. I don't know. Braun Strowman, I don't know what you would say about Braun because Braun is someone that is big, is strong. He is, you would think, a good person to have around. He got released before. I mean, maybe like they just don't know what to do with him. I know that he was complaining about not being at WrestleMania and Paul Heyman told him he sucked. I think he does the monster thing well. I just think that the creative botched him. I mean, get these hands and stuff like that. It's just that I always thought that was rubbish. Braun is it's really hard for Braun because, you know, you would think that his size, I mean, I think creative have botched him. You look at his size and you're just like, why didn't you make him like a Paul Heyman guy? Why didn't you give him a manager? He was never a great talker, but he never needed to be a great talker, right? Andre the Giant was never a great talker, but he didn't need to be a great talker. So why did you never give him a manager? And why did you have him with like a get these hands type flipping catchphrase and stuff like that? That was, I thought, always a little bit cringe, honestly. I don't know. I really enjoyed his feud with Bronson Reed. I think that was a real highlight of his career. Obviously being in the Wyatts as well, of course, and flipping over the ambulance. I mean, he did a lot of good stuff. There was some really good stuff that he was a part of. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know why you'd let him go, honestly. That one, out of the three we've spoke about, that's the one that shocks me the most at the moment. The choo-choo train thing ruined him as well. Yeah, I agree. I agree. The Strowman Express on the outside. Didn't they actually play some music one week? I'm pretty sure, I didn't dream it, but one week they actually played like a train sound as he ran around the outside of the ring. It was just on a random Raw or random Smackdown. Now, I think they only did it one week, But they were really trying to make that a thing, yeah. They took a giant and they made him pretty cringe at times. I didn't like Get These Hands, and I agree, the Strowman Express thing, not great. But and promos, not great. But when he had a feud, like he did with Bronson Reed, really good. Really enjoyed that feud. And if I think about his feud back in like 2017 with Roman, where he's flipping over ambulances and, you know, pulling down rigging and all of that, like, great. I wonder if it's a sad truth that if you've got like that sort of size, it's hard to be booked because you just can't use that person on a regular basis. Andre the Giant worked because he kept going to different territories. So he didn't get overexposed. But look at what happened to Big Show. I mean, Big Show, you know, just completely lost all of his aura. I don't know if Braun had lost all of his aura. I think he kind of had. But I think there was like little flickers like that Bronson Reed feud. Or him and Jacob. You know, he did a little stuff bit with Jacob that was good. I remember those two, but was it earlier this year? We saw those two kind of face to face and it was like, oh, let's go. I was quite excited for that. I'm not surprised about Dakota. I think there's some amazing women that are coming through. I feel sorry for her, but I'm not surprised. I actually cut some out of Unseen, you know, which I wish I'd kept in now. There was a thing at the start of yesterday's Unseen where Zelina Vega said she wanted to defend her title against Dakota. And I was actually started the last Unseen by saying, this feels like it's Zelina saying, I want to defend against Dakota because she's worried Dakota might get cut. And I was like, I can't prove that, but I promise you, it's in the air at the moment. And I think I do make that point in Unseen. I say in Unseen, it's in the air. You can feel it. There's too many messages coming out of like Shotzi and her promo and B-Fab's promo. And you could tell it's in the air. I think they knew releases were coming. I don't know that they knew who they were. And so then for Zelina to come out and say, I want to defend my title against Dakota, I was like, it just feels to me that she's saying that because she's worried Dakota might be on the chopping block. I actually cut that out, right? I cut that out because I didn't think that I could prove it enough. It was just a theory. And I was like, I don't really think this belongs in the WWE news folder. It's a bit too wishy-washy, so I cut it out. And it doesn't matter, because obviously the bigger focus is that unfortunately Dakota has been released, but I think there was a real vibe. I think there was something in the air. I think they knew that releases were going to happen. So, Kaden and Katana, gutted. I really like those guys. Dakota, I mean, look, I'm going to be gutted for all of them, right? I don't want anyone to lose their jobs. So, let's make that clear. But Kaden and Katana, I think I can understand they're not looking for proper women's tag teams. Dakota, I think she's just been surpassed, if you will, because of her time away, her injury and everything. Braun, I think, is a little bit of a head scratcher because you think that you would think that they would want to keep him around. You would think that it would be a case that they would want to do more feuds with him, you know. And then Shayna Baszler is the other one that's been released a couple of minutes ago. And she is probably not a surprise either, to be honest. I don't think that Pure Fusion Collective... She's been on the sidelines for a long time. She's been on the sidelines a long time. Could you do something with her? Yes. Is it something WWE would be interested in doing? I don't think so. I think what you would have to do with her is make her the badass sort of MMA. I'm going to rip your limbs off. Oh my God, here's Shayna. And I think there is a way of presenting it, but I think the margin for success is very thin. I think we saw that with Ronda. That kind of badass where, you know, Shayna is feared by everyone. It's a lot of work to get that to work, to be honest, because you need all the other talent to be scared of Shayna. Like, you need Shayna's name to be mentioned, and you need everyone to be scared of her. And that's a lot to put on other people, right? She needs to be someone that goes in and, rips off limbs and, is just a badass. And, if someone does an open challenge and she comes walking out, everyone's like terrified. She is a good mat-based wrestler, but that does not fly in WWE. Timothy Thatcher struggled because he's a good mat-based wrestler, didn't make it out of NXT. I think Pete Dunne has struggled more on the main roster because he is a very mat-based, intricate joint manipulation type guy. It just doesn't work on the main roster. That's not what the kids are looking for. It's more showy, isn't it? It's more bigger movements than just like this kind of intricate, like putting on a Kimura or something like that. If you're going to apply it, then you've got to really present it very big. And I just don't think that she was a brilliant promo. I think that it was going to be a lot of work to present her the way she needed to be presented. I think the margin for success was going to be quite narrow. And I think that she is a great talent, but I don't know that WWE is the right fit for her. I think they did a great job of her in NXT, and main roster pretty much from the start has just been rubbish for about 5 years. I mean, if you was to talk about the highlights of Shayna Baszler, it might be like her kicking Ronda out of WWE, but outside of that, what else would you point to? I mean, it's just, yeah. Chupa said, Wyatt have Strowman when they have McAfee wrestling, rolling eyes. Yeah. I mean, the thing I'll say about Pat wrestling is that I'm obviously not a fan of that, and don't worry, I'm not going to moan and rant, right? Because I know people are like, please, let's not go there, right? I understand. But I'm just going to make a point, and it's actually a little bit of a positive point, right? I think they want someone that's going to get destroyed. I think they want someone that's going to be, like, smashed around. I think the way I see that match going is I see it being not 50-50, but I see it being like back and forth. Obviously, Gunther will pull ahead. And then I think once he is ahead, he'll stay ahead and he'll start beating down on Pat, right? And then I think what you'll get is you will get a bit of a Jimmy massacre. And I think that will serve a purpose in the sense of it will get Gunther here a little bit of aura back. It will do the rounds on the news channels, right? There could even be bloods. I mean, I promise you, if I was booking that match, there would be blood, right? So I think there could even be bloods. And I could honestly see it being a case that Pat gets stretchered out after that match, bloody, beaten, battered. And I think he'll lose, but it'll be one of those where it's to try and gain respect. I fully expect people to go, do you know what? Respect to him for that, right? That's what I expect after that match, is I expect people to say respect. So, and someone may need to make the save, and there's been theories that it could be Goldberg that comes down and makes the save. There's been theories that it could be a few people, actually, that could come down and make the save, but that it could lead to whatever's going to actually be next. So this is just a bridge to get us to where we need to get to. I certainly do not expect that match to be 50-50 all throughout, and I do not expect it to be a case that Gunther is losing it or anything like that. I think the play is let's make it a little competitive at the start so you don't look like a right douche, and then we'll have Gunther pull ahead, and then we'll just brutalize you. But the crowd will be going crazy as you're being stretchered out, right? And we'll sell the whole what a hero. What a hero. He stepped in there to defend the honor of Michael Cole, and he gave it a blooming good go, and so on. So that's the play. That's what I'm expecting. And I don't know. You can definitely make the argument you should still be using a wrestler in that. Even if they are going to get treated that way, you could still have someone that's relatively low down the totem pole, you know? You could still have someone else in that position, but that's by the by. That's a separate subject, isn't it, to what we're talking about? So, at the moment, that is everything and everyone that's been announced. It's been up for about 16 minutes. 16 minutes, and Sean Ross Sapp said Braun, Caden, Katana, Shayna, and Dakota. We may hear that some contracts just weren't renewed. So that's a good point, isn't it? That it could actually be that there was some contracts that weren't renewed. But that is all the names so far. That is everything so far. So, I don't fear Wyatt 6. I genuinely, I genuinely don't think, oh my God, are the 6 going to get... I don't feel that way. But it's just, you know, it's horrible. I'm obviously really sad for all of them. I'm really sad for Caden and Katana. I'm really sad for those girls. But to be honest, I think that it might be one of those situations where they've looked at them and gone, well, we don't want actual tag teams. And we can't have those girls on their own because they're a bit small. And, you know, we're finding it hard anyway with some of the girls we've got. Like, it's been really hard to get Zelina to a title. And even when she got to the title, there was plenty of people that weren't crazy about it. And I think looking at Katana, looking at Caden, to be honest, I think the only way they were going to succeed was going to be in a tag team. And I think if they don't want that tag team, I think, yeah, that's probably why. The alternative would be a faction. But again, if they don't want that faction, I don't think those girls are going to go on their own. It's so difficult, isn't it? It's so hard because they're good. They're good. They're a really good tag team. I wish there was another brand. I wish there was like an all-women's brand or some way that we could support them, you know? They'll be a great pickup, though. I'm sure they'll stay as a team. So, yeah. Cora Jade has just tweeted out, I've got a lot of free time on our hands. See you soon. Thankful for the childhood dreams I got to live out. I'll have a lot to say. Cora Jade is making noises like Cora Jade might have gone. That's not been confirmed though, has it? So if we've lost those main roster stars, just got a lot of free time on our hands. What, maybe has Riley gone as well? There's a picture of Blair Davenport, who we know was already released, Cora Jade, and Riley Osborne. So, right, officially, Braun, Shayna, Caden, Katana, Dakota, but we might be seeing Cora Jade released. And maybe Riley Osborne from down in NXT. I don't think they would put tweets out just to get attention at this time. It's too serious. So that definitely does not look good. I'm sure that Dirt Sheets are looking at that right now. Seeing what's... Yeah, Sean has just literally 34 seconds ago said it looks like Cora Jade as well. But I don't think he's heard that news. I think he's just reacting to what the message that she's put out. Cora Jade being released would be a pretty big deal. Dakota Kai's tweeted, shiz, here we go again. You know, that gif from Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, a couple of minutes ago, news coming through about their release. Cameron said, Daze, what are the chances Goldberg will cost Gunther at Backlash? Oh, God. Oh, God, I didn't even think about that. Setting up him and Gunther for Money in the Bank or SummerSlam, thanks for the streams. Cameron, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, I think there's a chance someone gets involved. I really hope that Gunther's not going to get a loss to Pat. I mean, they might do it just to add more fuel to that feud, mightn't they? You know, they might do it just to add more fuel to that feud, but yeah. What's Meechin tweeting? Oh, I think Meechin has just tweeted a bit of support maybe for Shayna. She's just tweeted out BRE4L PB&J. I think wasn't BRE4L a little social media faction that she was a part of, and I think it involved Shayna. So I think that's what that's in reference to. Yeah, still no word on Cora. Like, nothing. It's not like Sean has come out and said, oh, yeah, it is Cora. But Cora's put that message out. I mean, I'll read it again. It says, thankful for all the childhood dreams I got to live out. I have a lot to say in due time. Stay tuned. Mackenzie said Cora is injury prone, which is the problem. Yeah, I think that she's in that same boat as Dakota. I don't think that it's necessarily a reflection of their work. I just think that we do have a problem with wrestling, which is that once you get those kinds of injuries, you know, do you remember there was a match the other day where it actually had to end? I can't remember who she was facing, but she was in the NXT match and it had to end because she grabbed her leg and it felt like there was an issue there, and we just ended the match. She said after that it wasn't her knee. Her knee's fine. I think she said it was something to do with like her concussion or something like this or something along those lines. But I mean, she couldn't complete a match the other day on NXT. And she has wrestled since then. She was the partner for Roxanne at Stand and Deliver. But yeah, I think injury prone is not a harsh label to put onto Cora Jade. So it's not a reflection of her work. And again, that's a sad truth, isn't it? Your heart can be 1000% into this. Your heart can be into it. You could work every hour of every day. And you know, life is just not fair. Life is just not fair. There's too many tangibles. There's too many things out of your control. Those people that make it, they make it because they work hard, or, you know, they make it for various reasons. But life has been kind to them people as well, because there are many people that work just as hard, that put in just as much effort, that don't get the breaks, or, you know, get like an injury during that journey, and that's it. End of the road. And I do think that Dakota and Cora have potentially suffered from that. Jake said, Wyatt 6 to return to turn heads tonight, says Jake. Maybe. I wouldn't put much stock into that. I mean, there'll be stuff on this show, won't there? And whatever they do tonight, they're going to want to do and make sure that they kind of cover it. I mean, you do the releases now because it's an hour before the show. So you do it now so that, yeah, the show covers it. But whatever's on the show will cover it. I mean, obviously I want to do a video on it because, you know, there's people that are getting back from work and people that won't have heard. But I don't want to do a video right now because obviously we're still in a situation where we don't quite know if that's it. If that feels like it, doesn't it, for the main roster? I mean, we haven't heard anything in a hot minute, but the Cora Jade one is a bit confusing. Eddie Thorpe has tweeted like, peace out. let me show you what I'm looking at. Oh, I've still not fixed that, have I? I forgot about that. I forgot that I'd not fixed that. Here, that's what Eddie Thorpe has got. Ah, this is good actually. You might not have seen that. I always say I've got all these flipping cupboards of. I always have Roman Reigns over there, but I have all these cupboards of CDs and DVDs at the side of me, and like I've got how many have I got? There's what can you see? You can see 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, I've got 10 of them. There's 2 that look exactly like that going all the way down. That's what your flipping life looks like if you work in entertainment retail for 15 years and you get discount. That money goes back into the company in flipping DVDs and CD form. Right, let's do that. Lovely. Fixed. Let me just float around for a second. I feel a bit big actually. Don't like it. That'll do. Yeah, this was 43 minutes ago, but I don't know. Is this going to be about Cora Jade? Yeah. Cora Jade. So they're saying that it appears another has gone. A lot about Braun. Per Fightful, Cora Jade has been released. Well, really? Per Fightful? I mean, Sean 8 minutes ago said it looks like Cora has as well. So 8 minutes ago, I don't think Sean was 100%. He just said it looks like Cora had gone. Per Fightful. Let's have a look at Fightful. Fightful. Shayna. It looks like Cora. Well, I've got a little bit of a problem with that because I don't think Fightful are saying Cora's gone. I think they're saying it looks like Cora has gone, which is very different to Cora has gone. I mean, that message there obviously suggests that she's gone. Look, this is a perfect glimpse into wrestling news. If you're not familiar with how wrestling news works, there are several people that put news out, one of them being Sean Ross Sapp, right? And I feel like we can see this whole story. So there's Cora Jade saying, I'm thankful for all the childhood dreams I got to live out. I've got a lot to say in due time. Stay tuned, right? Sean Ross Sapp said, it looks like Cora's gone. And it does. But then that seems to get translated to Fightful as saying that she has gone. When I just think that there's a difference there between what's actually being said and what's being reported. And it might only be a slight difference. And it might not be a problem this time. But that slight difference can be a problem in the future. And so this is why it's always best to go to the source. It's always best to it's always best to skip out on the extra level, extra layer. I mean, in a way, I'm that extra layer. So in a way, I'm saying don't listen to me. I'm saying go to the source. And actually, if everyone did that, I'd be fully supportive. Go to Sean Ross Sapp. Listen to exactly what Dave Meltzer says rather than just reading an out of context quote, that could be misquoted as well. There is always this air of interpretation, which is dangerous. Oh, no. Well, that's new, isn't it? Fightful are saying Eddie Thorpe has been released. Are they? Oh, here. Both Cora and Eddie have posted tweets indicating that they've been released. Oh, my God. That is not Fightful saying that they've been released. But it does look that way. It's actually, according to this PW Insider, are saying... But again, probably best to go direct there and have a look. Okay, Gigi Dolan has been released. Fightful have confirmed that. So that's a very clear message. That is Sean Ross Sapp saying Gigi Dolan has been released. So she's been released. I need to just have a look at my release folder because I do want to do a video before we go live. This is where we are. If you are just joining us, Caden and Katana, Dakota Kai, Braun Strowman, Shayna Baszler, they've all been released and confirmed. And there's the list from Sean. Then there was this tweet by Cora Jades, which we didn't have any confirmation. We had another tweet from Cora Jade as well. There was the message from Dakota. Sean said both Cora Jade and Eddie Thorpe have posted tweets indicating their releases, right? So that's where we are with those. And then we've just heard that Gigi Dolan has been released. I expect it to be confirmed that they have. I mean, I know that it's, you know, status says don't pick up the phone, Wyatt 6. I don't expect Wyatt 6 to be released. Gigi Dolan. That'll be a bit of a surprise, I think. She's not injured. I can't really explain the Gigi Dolan one because she's fine. I mean, she's been in NXT for quite a while. She's not injured. I wonder if she's just found herself kind of slipping down the pecking order. I wonder if there's just so many great girls that are coming through that she's just found herself slipping down the list. Yeah, that's the latest. That's the latest. That's the Eddie Thorpe one. Peace out. Wow. Wow. Gigi released to my care. She's fine, says Davids. Yeah, awful news. Evil Twin, Dora, Explorer, Jade released, not Cora. Mike said record profits. Well, we knew this was coming. I mean, we knew this would come because we knew that they would part ways with people. They always do. It's felt like this isn't shocking me because I really feel like this has not come out the blue. It's after WrestleMania. People have been putting like messages out. To be perfectly honest with you, I am actually quite surprised how short the list is. But obviously that list is ever growing. We've just heard about Gigi. And to be honest, I think they will want this done before SmackDown begins. I think they will want this done. So yeah, they're not going to want this to, I think, drag into the show. So maybe we're done with like main roster and now we're just going through NXT. But saying that, if Eddie Thorpe heard like 40 odd minutes ago and Cora Jade heard about half an hour ago, I don't know if there is any order to how they're contacting people. Chelsea is going to be the big name. Oh no, they love Chelsea. Why didn't they wait until tomorrow, said Johnny. Well, because tomorrow everyone's off work, everyone's off school. There's going to be a lot more people around on social media. I mean, I'd imagine social media is at its busiest on a Saturday. You do it at this time to bury the news, don't you? I mean, really, what you want is you want to get this news out there, and then you want to very quickly distract people with this show. It's a dirty tactic, but it's one of those. I mean, some of these are going to be that they've not renewed the contracts. So some of these are going to be not just releases. They're going to be that the contract was coming up. Now, obviously, I have not seen the information yet as to who those people are, but some of it is going to be that they've not renewed the contract. That I feel very different about that, to be honest, than I do a release, because if let's say you signed with WWE, right, or I signed, and you signed a 5-year deal, and you're going to get paid $200,000 a year, $300,000 a year, $500,000 a year, whatever it might be, over the next 5 years, yeah, you are surely not going to look beyond that. right? You'd be an idiot to. In my mind, I've got 5 years, 500,000. I'm going to work my ass off, and I'm going to, make sure I can get a new contract. Okay. Now, if I got released during that time, I would be devastated, and I have a big problem with that, because I think if you sign a 5-year deal worth 500,000 a year, that's 2.5 million over that deal, right? You could sort of understand someone thinking to themselves, let's go buy a $500,000 house. Yeah. Because I'm going to be getting 2.5 million. I've signed the contract. So let's go and buy that house. Let's go and get a car. Let's go and get a $500,000 house. Let's go and get a car. And, you might spend that quite quickly because a house is expensive. A car is expensive. And so you could sort of understand a chunk of that money going very, very quickly. But it's okay because you know what's coming in. You know how much you've got, right? If you ring that contract, I mean, it is not just disappointing that you've lost your job, but from a financial point of view, it could really put you in a very difficult position, couldn't it? Like, it could put you in a position of we need to sell the house and downsize and all that sort of stuff. And obviously then you've got to figure out, well, where can I go to make money now? Like, because my time with WWE has just come to an end. I mean, it is true, you can't count your chickens before they've hatched. But equally, you do need to buy a place to live. And you do need a car to get around. And you do need these things. So I think those budget cut releases where people were getting cut in the middle of their contracts, I think they're appalling. I think they're absolutely appalling. I think they are devastating. I feel different when someone's coming to the end of their deal. I don't think there is any guarantee that you are going to get a new deal. There's never a guarantee, right? If you think that, and you've presumed that you are, well, that's on you. I think there's no guarantee you're going to get a new deal. So I'll be interested to know how many of these are during the contract, or how many of these are just, we're not going to renew your contract, right? I'll be interested to know which, what was what, because I do feel different about both of those. Okay, PW Nexus said NXT talent released. Gigi, Cora, Eddie Thorpe, Riley Osborne. This is on top of the main roster cuts. More could be announced soon. That's coming from PW Nexus. Now, I don't know if they've managed to get that confirmed, but or if they're just reading the same tweets that we're reading or seeing, but that's what they've just said about NXT releases. Steve said WWE should have tried the dancing Lance Storm gimmick on Shayna Baszler before releasing her, said Steve. Mackenzie said, if Gigi is gone, where does that leave Tatum? Well, on her own, I would imagine. Tatum is going to be obviously no longer in a tag team with Gigi. I mean, I don't know what this means for JC. Perhaps she's going to be in a little team there, but I can only repeat what I've said before, and that is, I don't think they're looking for dedicated women's tag teams. I really believe this is why we got rid of those belts in NXT. I think we got rid of the belts in NXT because we don't want NXT making women's tag teams. Look, we've just broke up Lash and Jakara. We've just broke them up as well. Like, really, the message is very clear. Don't bother doing women's tag matches. Don't bother creating women's tag teams. We don't need them. The only reason that we've got women's tag belts on the main roster is we'll just shove singles wrestlers together when we've got nothing else for them to do. If we have got a Zoe and a Shayna and we don't know what to do with them, we'll shove them together and we'll make a team, and we've got some belts they can go after. But it ain't a division that WWE cares about. It's not a division that's at the moment going to be producing British Bulldogs, Heart Foundation, Nasty Boys, Natural Disasters, Legion of Doom, Hardys, Dudleys. That is not the vision. I really believe the vision is, don't know what to do with Wrestler A and Wrestler B. Let's shove them together and there's some belts you can go after. And that attitude, you might remember, is the attitude that really frustrated Sasha and Naomi. And I think Sasha in particular wanted to kind of make those belts mean more than they did a few years ago. And I think she kept facing resistance to that because that's not the vision of the company. And this is what led, or what partly led to her walking out of the business, was I think she was very frustrated that the women were not being given better, like tag titles. Better, like, you know, those tag titles weren't being booked better. Because when they walked out, I believe they were the tag champs. Naomi and Sasha. Because, again, we didn't need either of them around the top titles at the time. And we didn't have Intercontinental and United States. So what did we do? We shoved them together, put them in the women's tag division. So, yeah, there's really not much future if you are in a women's tag team down in NXT. Daze, how are you? I've got a question. It's been going around. It's a two-parter. Have you heard about the releases, Edward? Because I feel like your two-parter question might just be a bit overshadowed at the moment by what's happening right now. Eddie Thorpe has been released. That PW Insider saying that. Cora Jade seemingly confirms her release. That might be it at the moment. Dr. Pina said in good news, my new adult novel, Funk Daze Tools, is out. It's all about Daze getting his ass ate, his nips twisted, and then spit roasted by Brotus and Lord Tensai. It's a good night, that was. That's not a novel. That's my autobiography. Triple A said, Daze, you are in charge of creative. Who's your next United States champion, Intercontinental champion, World Heavyweight? I don't know, but I don't know. I'm not really focused on that right now, but I'm a bit more focused on these releases. Just because I'm wondering if anyone else is coming through. Shotzi is actually trending at the moment. Shayna has just said, no one can offer what I have to offer. Reality. Let the galaxy burn. So that's what Shayna's just tweeted out. Nikita Lyons is trending. To be honest with you, this is the dark side of it, really. This is where now people start speculating, you know? And this is where, like, names start getting mentioned, like Shotzi, like Nikita. And, yeah, I obviously I don't want to play that game. I'm not interested in speculating as to who might be getting released. I really hope that is it, of course. And to be honest with you, if that is it for this year, honestly, that's probably a shorter list than I was anticipating. It's probably a shorter list than I was anticipating. But obviously, you don't know if phone calls are still going to be happening. You don't know if they might get back on it. Like, you know, this could just be the first round, couldn't it? JP said, I never liked Cora. Gigi seemed lazy in the ring to me time to time. Okay. Edward says, I have heard about them. I don't want to talk about them because it's sad. But I know that we're not going to avoid it. Did your dad manage to retire? No, it didn't go through. They've said that they're going to do it next week. Apparently there was an issue with the funds. My dad's like, So that caused a lot of disruption this week and sadly did not go through. Daze, hi. As first reported, Tommy has turned heel on security. If you and Tommy was a tag team, that would generate the most amount of nuclear heat. Shout out to you, Hannah. Macarai said, Daze, does this mean they have big plans for Zoe? It's baffling how they release Shayna and not Zoe. I think what it shows is that they have Zoe in their thoughts. If you release one person, but then saying that, it was only earlier this year that they released Sonya and they didn't release Shayna and they didn't release Zoe. I wonder if Shayna just reached the end of her contract. I wonder if they could have released Shayna, but they were like, her contract's up in a few months. Let her have those few months. We'll get past Mania and, we just won't renew. And I wonder if that is why she didn't get released earlier this year. And the problem is then, that also means there might be some other people that have got their contracts coming up soon that could be released now, but they're going to just let the contract run out, which is the good thing to do. I fully support that. But it means that, we could get some cuts, later in the year as well as a few contracts. I don't know that all contracts are kind of up at the same time, I think they're all just dotted throughout the year. So, yeah, that's a difficult one. Because we got rid of Sonya, who was in that group, but we didn't get rid of the other two. So it sort of felt like there was something there to do with the other. We could do something with those guys. But now we've got rid of Sonya. Now we've got rid of Shayna, sorry. Which is a bit strange, isn't it? It's a bit strange to do it this way. I think, listen, for as long as Zoe is still with that company, that says to me one of two things. We're either waiting for her contract to expire, or, yes, they see something in her and they believe that they can do something with her. I mean, clearly not being cut is a good thing, isn't it? It's a positive thing. But there is that sort of dark side that it could be the contract. She was already buried before Triple H took over, says Brony. WWE has released Braun due to political differences. Daze, I'm disappointed. I couldn't stop laughing at Triple T and AEW remove. I'm glad you enjoyed it, but I thought that was fun as well. In fact, I liked that so much, I put it out as its own little separate thing straight after. I was like, that's definitely something I don't want buried in the channel. That's too good. So, yeah, it was very fun. But just not the flipping... I'm not in a very fun mindset right now, as I'm sure many of you aren't either. Someone said that's the difficult part of having a thriving developmental brand. When it is time to bring up a new crop, some spots have got to open up. Right, okay. There's 25 minutes to go, and I feel like I need to do a quick 5-minute video because it sort of feels like it. I mean, I know I'll do it, and then others, names will come through. That's Sod's Law. I mean, I hope that's not the case. Of course, I hope that's not the case for them. Not for me, but for them. But, yeah, I feel like we need to do just a real quick video. Could have done it a little earlier than this, but it does just feel like it was worth waiting because, unfortunately, there has been more that have kind of come through. I might repeat what I've just said quite a bit here, so you'll have to bear with me for a few moments, but I'll try and make it as quickly as possible. Sad news that WWE have now started to release talent. This news coming through whilst we were live for our Smackdown live stream, and to be honest with you, it's not surprising. This is something we'd spoken about in Unseen, and we'd kind of gone over the fact that there was something in the air. It really felt like a lot of messages were being put out there, a lot of promos, a lot of emotion, a lot of reflection, a lot of tweets, a lot of cryptic things. It just felt like it was that time of year. And as we said, there was something in the air where I think a lot of the wrestlers knew that this was likely coming. To be honest with you, I didn't expect it to be today. And some of the names that have obviously emerged are obviously surprising as well. We've got the list, or the current list. I mean, it is worth stressing at the start that there could be more than this. But it's been a little while since we've heard of any other new names. So it feels like this might be it for now. I don't think they're going to want to release people while SmackDown is actually airing. So that's why I'm trying to get this done just before SmackDown begins. So let's go through and we'll just quickly talk about why we think these people may have found themselves getting released. So Sean Ross Sapp 55 minutes ago. So it's still not even been an hour since the first names were announced, right, at the time of recording this. But Caden and Katana, and we've just said during our live stream that I'm of the opinion they don't want women's tag teams, proper, actual women's tag teams. I think that the women's tag belts on the main roster are just a way of getting two singles wrestlers that we don't really have anything for. For example, you could look maybe at Piper Niven and Alba Fire. We don't really have much for them in the singles division. So we've put them together and we've made the Secret Hervis. And so that gives them something to do, and there's some belts that they can go after. You know, we don't really need Liv around the titles at the moment. And Raquel is obviously, you know, not long back from the illness that she had to try and overcome. And so, you know, they've kind of been put together. I don't think WWE want actual women's tag teams. This is why we don't have NXT tag titles for the women. So I think it was always going to be a little difficult for Caden and Katana. But to be honest with you, I was kind of hoping this was going to be the start of actual women's tag teams. Now that we've got the Women's Intercontinental and the Women's United States, I was hoping this would be the beginning of a proper division, but news has come through. Sadly, they've been released. And I think if they're not going to have them as a team, I think there's just so much talent. I think they would really struggle as single stars. I think these girls they work so well together. It's a great pickup for someone, you know, TNA, AEW, whoever, right? They're going to get a great team there. Dakota Kai. This one's going to be a bit of a surprise because she's a pretty big name, to be honest. I just think that she's missed a lot of time. She's very injury prone. She's a great talent. But I just think that the problem is if you sit on the sidelines for 12 months and, you know, you keep picking up injuries, there are women coming into this business all the time that are coming for your spot. And, you know, we've got the likes of Julia, Stephanie, Jordan Grace. You know, there's some amazing women. Kalani Jordan, Jada Parker. I mean, we sing the praises of that NXT women's division all the time. And, you know, that puts pressure on the main roster. You are fighting for your spot. So if you're not getting regular TV time, if you're not developing your character, if you're not developing that relationship with the crowds, and again, not because it was Dakota's fault, but because I think the injury has really sidelined her. I think that the absence has really hurt, and life is just not fair. And that's not an easy thing to say, but it is the truth. You can put all the work in. You can work just as hard as Rhea Ripley. You can do more hours in the gym than her. You can go to promo classes and do absolutely everything you can. But if you're going to have injury setbacks and, you know, if creative are going to just struggle to find something for you for some reason, you know, maybe you was born not quite as tall as Rhea Ripley, not quite as imposing as, say, Rhea Ripley, then you might find yourself just struggling with creative. And I just think she's a victim of these things. I think had she have got going and, you know, we got like a bit of momentum and merch sales were kind of clicking, I think we could have found a way with Dakota. She's really, really unfortunate. She's really unfortunate. I feel so sorry for all of these people. There's no one here that I, you know, would feel good about seeing released. I mean, it's just horrific. All of it is horrific. But that's the sad truth, isn't it? You like, the more you bring people through your developmental, the more you've got to say goodbye to people. You can't keep everyone. And, you know, Braun Strowman, a surprise. To be honest, I didn't expect Braun to be on this list. But Braun, I think, is someone that's been released before. I think they struggle with Braun. I think he's got a purpose. Like, he's big and he's great for, you know, being a mystery partner or a mystery opponent. I think he's great if you're going to do him and Bronson Reed. I mean, that feud was so entertaining. I mean, I really enjoyed that. I think there is real value in having him in the company. So I don't know if there's any issue behind the scenes, but I think it's one of those where he's very hard to book on a consistent basis because he is big, he is a monster. And, you know, if you see that on a regular basis, it kind of loses its aura a little bit. And I wonder if that was a little bit of a challenge they had. But I would say out of all of them, this one was the most surprising to me up until this point. Shayna Baszler, not a massive surprise. She struggled for TV time. I think she probably had a sneaky suspicion that things were not going to look good if there were going to be releases. But yeah, there's no word that they've released Zoe Stark, which is obviously great news. I mean, we don't want people released. So hopefully they see something there and they can do something with her. Shayna, an excellent talent. But it's hard when you're a very technical wrestler for that to work on the kind of main stage because, you know, moonsaults and all these big spots, suicide dives, that's not really Shayna's forte. She's more ripping off limbs and twisting joints. And I don't know that that works as well on like a WrestleMania stage. And I think that was always a bit of a struggle. So I think there was a way of making Shayna work as a character. I don't think WWE ever came close to finding it, though. So, Sean Ross Sapp saying these are the releases and the departures. Braun, Caden, Katana, Shayna, Dakota. We may hear that some of these were just that contracts weren't renewed. And I hope it's that, to be honest. I on the live stream said I think there's a big difference between being released and your contract just not being renewed. So I think that I'd like to think that all these contracts just naturally reach their conclusion, but I bet that there were some actual releases here. You know, people that still had quite a bit of time on their contracts. I really hate when they do that. Then things got a bit confusing. So this was 44 minutes ago. But 32 minutes ago, Cora Jade said, I'm thankful for all the childhood dreams that I got to live out. I have a lot to say in due time. Stay tuned. So Cora posting that, which obviously heavily suggests that she had been let go as well. She followed it up, or there was another tweet here that just got a lot of free time on our hands. See you soon. So obviously we know that Blair Davenport has already left WWE. Obviously it seems like Cora has gone. And it sort of teases that Riley Osborne may have gone as well. Seems like dirt sheets are really struggling to get that confirmed at the time of recording this, though. It seems like these tweets are the tweets everyone's looking at and using as proof that Cora and Riley have departed. Here was Dakota with the Grand Theft Auto. Oh, shiz. Here we go again. GIF. So that was Dakota 40 odd minutes ago. There's a new version of this. So both Cora and Eddie have posted. Eddie Thorpe posted like a peace out kind of GIF, indicating they've been released. A new version of that, though. If I click on that, will it take me to the new version? Both Cora and Riley have posted indicating as well as Riley Osborne. Okay. So the new update of that is the same. He just added Riley Osborne's name, who's that guy there. Right, then we got this 29 minutes ago. Gigi Dolan has been released. This was a shock. She was kind of in a tag team down in NXT with Tatum Paxley. But, I mean, I don't think that was really... Well, that's not a long-term thing. I don't think the main roster wants women's tag teams. So if they struggle to find something for her to do as a solo star, I think that's where we've hit the buffers. And for some reason, they seem to have struggled to have found a way of using her as a solo star, which, you know, I'm quite surprised at. I think she's a good talent. But I suppose it's just hard, isn't it, when you've got Kalani and Sol Ruka and Julia and Jordan Grace and Stephanie and Jada Parker, and I mean the list goes on and on and on. The talent in NXT is really high, and I think that we're seeing maybe some good talent departing as a result of it being so crowded. So here, this is from PW Nexus. So Gigi Dolan, they're I think kind of confirming they might be just going off these kind of tweets that we saw as well. But Gigi Dolan, Cora Jade, Eddie Thorpe, and Riley Osborne. This is on top of those main roster cuts. More could be announced soon. And then an hour ago, Shayna Baszler saying no one can offer what I have to offer. Reality. Let the galaxy burn. What I want to do is I just want to have a look at the latest and just see if there's anything else. 35 seconds ago, there sadly is more releases that are coming out. Jakara Jackson has been released by WWE. That coming from PW Insider. She was a member of the group Metaphor. She was in a tag team with Lash Legends, and they only split those two the other day. I didn't get the sense that she knew that the end was coming for her when we were watching NXT. We were quite surprised that team had split, actually. But again, I don't think they're looking for women's tag teams. So Lash, I think, is someone that they see as being, potential. Jakara, I would have thought you could have done something with her, to be honest. But again, I'm just going to repeat what I said about Gigi, and that is, I think that there is just so much great talent in NXT, certainly in that women's division. I mean, it really is one of the best women's divisions in the world. That I think there's some really good pickups here for TNA, maybe even AEW. I'm sure Tony Khan is keeping a very close eye on these releases, and I think there's potentially something there with Jakara. But really sad to hear that we've got another release there. Just having a little scroll down to see if there's anything else in regards to the releases. And I think that might be everything that we've got. So, yeah, we went quite a while there without having a release, and we've just had news come through about Jakara. That certainly implies that we're not done with these releases. It might be that we continue to have more that come through. Obviously, hopefully not, but that's the latest when it comes to the releases. So, thanks for watching. Appreciate it. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now. That was way longer than I expected, but news coming through there as you just saw about Jakara being released. That is a real shame, honestly. I really liked her. I liked her team with Lash Legends. I thought they were good together. I mean, they went over to, I think, didn't they go over to Australia as a team? Lash has her other Jade. She's a powerhouse. Jakara Jackson release, said Jason. Yes. Now it makes sense why Metaphor got split up, said RV14. Jakara was a future star, said Jake. D said, Austin Theory, no word on Theory. He did put a heartfelt message out. He did put a heartfelt message out. But no word on Theory. Oh, so you've seen what I've seen. I mean, that's the list that I kind of work from. I'm really surprised Cora was released, said Austin. She's the future of women's wrestling. I expected her to be NXT Women's Champion. Honestly, but I think it really was injury. Had she not have, I mean, she was in quite a good place. If you think before Stephanie and Julia joined and Jordan Grace joined, Roxanne and Cora, I mean, Roxanne was ahead of Cora from a in-ring point of view. But it really felt like, they were good friends. They were working together. I mean, hanging around Roxanne is only a positive thing for Cora Jade. And, I think when she turned heel, I think we saw that was a good move for Cora. I feel like there was definitely, potential there. I agree with you. I just think she gets that injury, and I think that she falls behind. I think what this round of releases is really showing, when I look at Cora and I look at Dakota, those in particular, I see people that have fallen behind a little because of injury. And I don't really see it being like... I mean, it could be other factors, of course. I mean, I can't really sit here and say how well they train. I can't really sit here and talk about their personalities, you know, if they're problematic or anything. I don't really want to speculate on that. But there could be... You never know if any of that is playing a part, right? But, yeah, no, I look at those and I think that it's probably to do with the injuries that were sustained. Edward said, when do we see Cody coming back? Apparently the 16th. He's advertised for the 16th. Don said, Chikara released. Chikara released. Yeah. Days, based on the list tonight, who do we think will make their name the biggest? Maybe Katana. She's talented, says Hannah. It's a very good question. I think last time Braun left, he went and joined up with EC3, didn't he, to do Control Your Narrative. He actually didn't really go off and do anything, like, massive. It's a good question. I am amazed that they did not do more with Riley Osborne. I really liked Riley Osborne. So I'm really shocked that they've not done more with Riley. Dakota, I think, could go and make a name for herself. I don't know that she'll... It depends how bad that injury is. It depends how compromised she is. If she, on a regular basis, is going to, you know, need time off or she's going to have reoccurrences, that's obviously going to be a problem, isn't it? Gigi, we saw what she was like on the indie scene. I don't know that she really kicks on much beyond that. To be honest with you, I don't think there's anyone there that I see as going on to be a major star. I mean, if we look at the releases previous, you know, it's who's been the biggest person that's gone on that was released? I mean, Toni Storm left of her own accord. Didn't Swerve leave of his own accord? I don't think he was released. I think he left of his own accords. I don't know. I don't know who has really been released and then gone on to make like a big name for themselves. I feel like they wanted to keep Daniel Bryan. He wasn't released. Well, he was, but it was because he wanted to go. Same with Edge. He wanted to go. A lot of the people that WWE wanted to keep have gone on to do all right. But people that WWE parted ways with, I don't know. I'd have to sit down and have a look and see what everyone's gone on to do. I don't think he'll go on to be a big star. I'm not going to make a crazy prediction like that and then have people hold it, you know, me against it. But I'm just going to say I liked Riley Osborne. I felt like there was a young British Bulldog in there. I felt like he was a powerhouse and you could probably put him in a tag team. And I felt like there was something you could work with there. So I liked him. Eddie Thorpe's a little surprised, I suppose, because he's been highly trained. He came from New Japan. I think he could go and do something in New Japan. Eddie Thorpe. Shayna Baszler, I think age-wise she's getting on a little bit. And I don't say that disrespectfully. I just mean that she is, you know, it's going to be hard for a promotion to invest in her when there's young talent around that, you know, they can get 15 years out of. You're not going to get 15 years out of Shayna Baszler. So age is a problem, unfortunately, in wrestling. Because, you know, they want to try and get, obviously, as much time, as much out of their investment as possible. I don't know. I don't see anyone there that's going to go on and become, like, world champion. I feel like Dakota is the one that is the biggest name. Unless AEW want to use Braun, but they didn't use him last time. I might say Dakota will go on to do something. Eddie Thorpe, I think, could do something in New Japan. And I liked Riley Osborne. I saw flickers. of something there, and I'm surprised that we let him go. Didn't Braun say he wouldn't work anywhere but WWE last time he was fired? I've not seen that quote. I know that he was working with Control Your Narrative, which was something that he did with it was something he did with EC3. Well, this has massively derailed stuff, hasn't it? I mean, I do apologize to a degree. I mean, there's been a lot of just me talking and reacting, and you know, this is obviously not what we normally do. I normally jump in and get your thoughts and we chat away, but it has really been a case of just keeping an eye on the news as it's been coming through. I don't know if there's anything else that's come through. Chikara released. Gigi says, I'm officially free to work in 30 days. I'm officially free to work in 30 days. Chanman said, I always thought that Gigi Dolan could be a big star, and I still think that. I mean, you never know. I mean, I think that she is going to have to... If I look at her match quality, it doesn't like... I don't know. It's not the right conversation for now, is it? I'm aware of that. Talking about who's going to go off to be like a big star and everything, like, it means you have to sort of analyze their work. And I never found like GG matches to be that like mind blowing. So I think that she's a solid wrestler. I think she's a good person to have on a roster. But if we're being very honest about who's going to go off now to be a big star, I don't know that there's too much on that list that jumps out as like, this person's going to go on and be, you know, a world champion and all of that. I hope they do. I hope she does. I wish them nothing but the best. I wish them nothing but the best. Dakota and Eddie, WTF, said, Juan. GG was still doing indie matches, says Frankie. I think Dakota can do some good stuff in the knockout division, says Wacko. Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah, I think Dakota... The only thing with Dakota is obviously we don't know how much the injury is a problem. I mean, we don't know how much that's restricting her or how much it's held her back, or... Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Is it just that the momentum was not there and she hadn't quite connected with the audience? Like, there's definitely a fan base for her, so you can't say that she hasn't connected at all. But I think there is a big difference between having like some fans and having like, you know, the wider WWE universe like searching for you, buying your merch. Do you know what I mean? The kind of support that a Bianca gets, or the kind of support that a Rhea Ripley gets. I think there's a big difference. And she never quite reached that level because of her injury. Tyler said, who has been released? Well, quite a list of names, to be honest, buds. Oh, where's my headphones? There is a video going up on the channel that goes through the list. I can't recall it all off the top of my head. But Dakota and Braun are a couple of big names on there. Gigi's a big name. Here's Randy. Okay, we are just starting right now with... There's Tiffany. So we are starting with the actual show now. I wonder if that is it. Yeah, Lash Legends reacted to that release. Always been and always gonna be about that MF in action. Lash Legend responded, periods. Periods. Okay, there's Damian Priest arriving. Okay, we got Solo just pushing. I'm going to come for you and your title. There's LA Knight. Okay, so it looks like LA Knight is going to open up the show. I got a feeling this is going to be a mid-episode of SmackDown, said Jay. Well, it's really flipping hot. I mean, anyone else just not in the mood? I'm just not in the mood. I'm not like a crybaby or anything like that, but I'm just really not in the mood. I'm like, you've just released a load of people that I really enjoy. I mean, I really enjoy Caden and Katana. I've always enjoyed watching Jakara. Jakara and Lash, I thought, were a really good team. I never had any problem with any of those people. Dakota, we never saw loads of her because of her injury. Gigi and Tatum were fun. Braun Strowman, Bronson Reed was a really good feud. It's just like, I don't know, it's kind of hard now to just go, oh, that sucks, let's watch SmackDown, you know? Sweet Sean said, I know what you mean. There's a sad feeling in the air. The live crowd aren't bothered. Live crowd are chanting away. And they paid their money. I don't begrudge it them. Let me talk to you, says LA Knight. So we're starting with LA Knight. I don't like this guy, said Navaldo says. I had the match and it didn't go my way. He's talking about last week when he had the match and there was outside interference. Solo decided to bring his pumpkin head looking ass out here. Fiendish Howdy said, I'm worried for the Wyatt 6 and Alexa. I hope they stay away from them. I mean, maybe I should be worried, but I'm not worried for them. I don't think there's a problem there. I just think that Howdy had an injury at a bad time and he was out for a few months and it just derailed a lot of the early plans. Okay, Damien's coming out down to the ring. I'm tired of LA Knight. It's just always the same, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Okay, so here's Damian Priest making his way down to the ring. They're trying to invest in this kind of mid-card feud, but I think LA Knight's a bit cold. I think Damien's a bit cold. WrestleMania happened and I was good with moving on. I'll catch up with all these super chats in a second, guys. I'm not ignoring you, but I'm just trying to catch the start of SmackDown, and once we get to commercial break, we'll get to them. We'll just blast through them. You picked the wrong time. You picked my time. The bell rang because of you. I saved you from eating a Claymore. Just because Drew beat you and pinned you, don't put that on me. Braun, Dakota, Caden, Katana, Shayna, Cora, Riley, Eddie, all have been released, says Baba Yaga. You lost your championship at WrestleMania, says Damien. People are standing, you know? There's a few people actually standing for this segment. Seeing these two bicker is a bit flat to me. Maybe if your head wasn't up your ass at Mania, you'd still be champion. That's got the crowd going, oh. I'm telling you now. Keep talking like that. We're going to have a problem. So it's Damien, it's LA Knight. They're just exchanging a few words, kind of going back and forth. I don't see why we should wait, says Damien. I don't see why they should wait. It's a very passionate crowd, actually. They're making lots of noise. Okay, a referee's coming down. Are we doing Damien LA Knight right now? Okay. Right, Damian Priest against LA Knight is coming up. Right, let's go to the super chats. JP said, normal practice for businesses to fire on the first Friday of the month, says JP. Joe said, you might be a boomer, but you are on my can't cut list. Joe, I really appreciate the support, my friends. JP, thank you as well. Yeah, it's honestly, I just find this so flipping. My head's not in it. I just don't care about this show. And maybe if they'd opened with something a bit hotter, I would care about it. But I just really do not find myself sitting here right now really giving much of a flip about SmackDown at the moment. We're going to cover it, make no mistake about it. But, you know, my head's sort of like spinning with like, I suppose those kind of questions that you've got are the questions I've got, like who's going to go where? Could AEW pick up any of those people? Will some end up going to Japan? You know, could Eddie Thorpe go to Japan? I mean, the Jakara one came through literally, 5 minutes, 10 minutes before SmackDown? I mean, could it be a case that we get more news coming through? Is it that they're calling people and they've not been able to reach them? Seems like there's a fair few NXT talents. I mean, the actual main roster talents, not as deep as I would have anticipated. I think I would have expected a little more. So in that regard, it's good. But again, I have to stress this. You never want to see anyone lose their jobs. There's some things that I think are pretty much accepted by wrestling fans, which is you don't want to see people losing their jobs. And you don't want to be speculating as to who could lose their jobs. Those are kind of a couple of unwritten rules when it comes to releases, right? So they're just standard things. But like to go through that for an hour and then start a SmackDown, and it's just rubbish, really. It's just really rubbish. I hopefully we'll get into the show. I just don't think that what we've had so far has been very compelling, and I think it was going to need to be something pretty major. You know, was going to need to start with a Randy Orton or something like that to really go, right, come on, let's go. But the live crowd seemed to be into it so far. So, Joe, shout out to you. I appreciate the kind words. But JP, thank you, my friends. Ian said, this sucks. So now we're going to go into SmackDown feeling like poop. Yeah, Ian, I think you've hit the nail on the head there, but that is exactly how I feel about it as well. Tyler said, right, who's been released? Okay, I've got lists, but I just need to go into the folder because I can't remember them off the top of my head. So NXT, it's Riley Osborne, Eddie Thorpe, Cora Jade, Gigi Dolan, and Jakara Jackson. So it looks like 5 names is what we're aware of. 5 names is what we're aware of. Main roster, Dakota Kai, Shayna Baszler, Kaden, Katana, and Braun. I think there's about 10 names in total. I think we're looking at about 10 names in total of people that have been released today. Which actually, when you put it that way, is quite a hearty list, isn't it? 10 people. 10 wrestlers have been released today across NXT and the main roster. But, I mean, there's no word that it's going to end there, of course. We don't know if people have been contacted, called, and they just haven't answered their phone or whatever. Hope that's not the case. Bollywood boys. Now, this is an interesting comment, right? The Bollywood boys. Do you remember Singh, Samir? Was it Samir and I can't remember the names now. The Singh brothers is what they were called. 4 years since we were in WWE. And we still have not signed to a major wrestling company. But wrestling is still paying our bills. And we're in love with the hustle more than ever before. Our confidence is higher than ever. It's only over when you want it to be over. Best wishes to everyone. Do you know, that is such an amazing comment. I'm going to retweet it. It is amazing, isn't it, actually? You know, you think about what it must be like to be an independent wrestler and the grind. But it's not a grind if you love wrestling. If you want to be a wrestler, it's not a grind. I mean, all right, it's not ideal to do all that driving, all that flying, going from show to show, performing in front of, you know, a smaller crowds. I understand that, but you're still doing what you love. You're still hopefully improving, hopefully evolving and, you know, maximizing your abilities. And you can still hold your head up and say that you are, for a living, a professional wrestler. And that's a great comment from the Bollywood boys. We're in love with the hustle more than ever before. Our confidence is higher than ever. And there is something beautiful about grassroots. There is something beautiful about working that indie scene, you know? You can make a living there. You can make a living on the independent scene. Many people do. That's a lovely comment that is from, I like that from the Bollywood boys. 9. Holiday said, I'm about to watch SmackDown with Leonard Cohen's Hallelujah playing in the background. It's a damn shame. What a song. What a song. Yeah, it is a shame. And the show is being overshadowed. We are back from commercial break. We have got LA Knight, Damian Priest. Both guys are feeling the effects of the match at the moment as LA Knight slams Damian Priest down. MP Park, shout out to you, my friend. Firing in some gifted memberships. We've been doing quite a bit of work on the members side of the channel. It's worth mentioning that there is no watch along tomorrow, but we will do, I think, is it Backlash on Sunday? WWE Vault are showing a previous one. I can't remember the year. I think it's like 2008 maybe. We will do the watch along for that. So we will do that on Sunday. I think what I'll do tomorrow is get my 2025 Backlash predictions done. Get that up tomorrow and do an unseen. Then on Sunday, we'll do that watch along and an unseen. And then we're back round to Monday. So that's my plan for the weekend. Big boot coming in there by LA Knights. Poor DDT. And also the members are nominating, if you didn't know, nominate, if you are a member, who you would like to see go into the Hall of Fame. Here's LA Knight. LA Knight. Yeah, goes up. Boom! Elbow drop. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out. Yeah, so if you are a member of the channel, you can nominate as to who you want to see go into the Community Hall of Fame for April. I will be counting that up on Saturday, and then the poll will go out over the weekend. We'll announce the winner on Raw. So we will announce who goes in on Monday into the Hall of Fame. The post is already up. The members are already nominating. You've got until kind of lunchtime-ish Saturday. Get your thoughts in. Who you want to see go in. So, Man United Hodge, thank you, my friend. And Wyatt 6, American Nightmare, with some gifted memberships as well. Really appreciate it, buds. Those gifted memberships, I just think it's such a lovely, generous thing to do. And it's really resulted in lots more people being able to enjoy that side of the channel. And we've got like some members games going, and we're just working on some stuff at the moment. I sort of think that's going to forever evolve, really. I don't see that kind of slowing down. We're bringing in a tag game, but like, you know, there's lots of other ideas that are around for like extra content we can be doing. So, and I'm not close to doing that extra content. It's just we're taking it a step at a time. So yeah, plenty going on at the moment. Mackenzie said Gallus have gone. Gallus have gone. I don't think I have any visibility on that at the moment. Let me show you what I can see. Damien goes into the commentary table. There is Braun. Oh, I tell you what, there's a lot of... I'm not saying that this is fake news, right? But there are fake news accounts. If any of those fake news accounts are going to do any jokes about this, that's disgusting. That is definitely, to me, a line crossed. It's one thing to put out your fake news about, like, whatever, right? Someone's getting a new gimmick or whatever, but to put news out about releases or something, I hope that's not happening. Okay, so there's cheers from Braun Strowman. GG. Riley released. We knew about that. Chikara released. I don't think I've got visibility on the Gallus news at the moment, buds. What if I search for Joe Coffey? Against the ropes, LA Knight collides into Damien. There's nothing on Joe Coffey's account. Has Wolfgang got one? Has Gallus got one, actually? Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. It's a good crowd. Rich Holland and Gallus are still employed. That news could be coming through. I don't have anything yet. Gallus are not gone, says Mayor Pete. Yeah, to be honest, you are going to get this. You are going to get speculation and people putting out fake news. I would say, really trust where you're getting your news from. This is a good test, actually, to be honest. This is a really good test. If someone's telling you something that's not correct, then how can you ever trust them in the future? So really look at who's saying what right now and who's giving you good, truthful, accurate information. Right, here's Damien. He's going for the Razor's Edge. Gets it. LA Knight down, going for the cover, trying to spin him over. We've had 20 minutes of SmackDown already, you know. 1, 2, kick out. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. So, Razor's Edge there by Damien. Why do they keep releasing Braun? Just utilize the guy properly, said Marvland. I agree that they have not utilized him properly, because I really do feel like you give him a mouthpiece. You know, you make him like a Paul Heyman guy or something like that. I mean, he could have maybe gone in that Seth group as, like, you know, the silent sort of monster in the background. Like, Bron Breakker's, like, I think they're trying to position him as the monster. So that's probably why they didn't want to do it. But, you know, his size is... I've met him. I've interviewed him, actually, and he's a lovely, lovely guy. And there is a really funny picture of me and him, which I'll have to try and find. It's from, like, 6 years ago. I remember, actually, I interviewed him. I think it was a couple of days after The Fiend was first shown. Lovely superplex there by LA Knight, but he's huge. That's the moral of the story, is flipping huge. It's hard to really appreciate how big until you actually, like, see them in person. Crowd are chanting, "This is awesome" again. Cora is focused on her OnlyFans, says Pro Truth. Has she got an OnlyFans? Has she got an OnlyFans? That makes it sound like I'm going to desperately sign up, but I didn't think WWE stars had OnlyFans. Clothesline over the top to the outside, Damien. Braun was like 10 feet away from me at WWE World last year. He's massive, said Aleister. It's crazy, isn't it, when you see them in person? It's crazy. It really hammers home how big they are. Count has started. Here's Solo. Oh, mate, I'm glad I didn't bother watching that. I'm glad I didn't invest myself too much in that match, because now we flipping got Solo just interrupting anyway. So Damien getting thrown into the barricades, Solo getting involved. It's a disqualification. Solo getting into the ring, raining down some blows. Why would you do this? Why would you do this? Why would you book this as the start of your show? Do you know, I was thinking this the other day, right? I was watching, like, some old pay-per-views. Just a little, you know, just something to have on in the background. And I was looking at some of the great matches we've had. And I was like, do you know what? It's such a shame, because we've had so many great matches. But, like, the finish is always screwy, isn't it? It's always just a screwy nonsense. I mean, I'm sure these two can, like, fight again, but it is very frustrating. It's a frustrating side to pro wrestling. It's kind of always been that way. You can go back decades. Damien has stripped the commentary table. Moosey said, "I can't believe they've released Strowman. I knew he helped build him up, but he could have done without being fed to Jacob multiple times. It's an absolute shame when you look back at his 2016-2018 monster run." I agree. 2016-2018 is a long time ago, though. Wrestling is very much what have you done for me lately type situation, unless you get crazy over. And then, you know, if you're stone cold, you're just over for life, aren't you? Well, I say that. I mean, it didn't work that way for Hogan, of course. There's definitely ways you can throw that away. But, yeah, I think that with Braun, it's what did you do in this last run? And really, that Bronson-Reed feud was great. But as you said, outside of that, they fed him to Jacob. But, I mean, that moment where Jacob and Braun are face-to-face and we're building to Saturday night's main event, that was good. That was exciting. There's definitely something there with Braun. Okay, so Jacob come into... look at him licking the belt. That might be the sexiest thing I've ever seen. So Jacob's got that United States Championship. The commentary table has been battered. Damian down. LA Knight is down. Crowd were really into that, honestly. The crowd were really feeling that. Wade Barrett, Joe on commentary. Bang. So we're just seeing last week Fraxium. Okay, we're backstage. Averted Vision, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Okay, Fraxium. Okay, we're going to watch Fraxium again. That's good. They're going to take on Pretty Deadly. Axiom says this is the best tag division in the entire planet. Here's Pretty Deadly. Isn't it funny? These four guys were all on NXT UK. Is it unusual to see chest hair? I'm looking at Elton chest hair and I'm like, it's really unusual. Normally everyone's like shaved, but he's not. You really don't see chest hair, do you? To be honest. Fraxium are going to beat these chumps, said Dr. Lucha Lala. One has chest hair and the other one doesn't. One's blonde, one isn't. I mean, we're not dealing with the Usos here. You know? The differences can easily be found. I'm still not sold on this announcer, you know. Okay, Pretty Deadly are making their way out. On and on, we go on and on, on and on. Okay, that's coming up after the break. Okay, Daze, here's an idea WWE would have used since AAA was brought. Maybe those with no plans could appear in AAA as a way of doing something. Imagine Katana wrestling on AAA's flagship show. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's not a bad shout. I don't know if she'd want to move to Mexico. And I don't know what their women's division is like, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's a drop in it. You're not just going NXT. You're kind of, I suppose it is, it's kind of the feeder to NXT now. AEW. that as well. But AAA. So, yeah, I mean, rather than releasing people, you do have that option. But the thing is, you only really want to do that if you see something in someone. So, for example, Baron Corbin couldn't quite find what was going to work on the main roster for him. So, you know, you move him down to NXT, and it didn't really work, to be honest. He didn't really find anything, and he ended up getting released. With Caden and Katana, if you don't want to use them as a tag team, but you like them and you think there's something there, then you could try them in AAA as like single stars, but you could equally just put them back to NXT and try them as single stars. But if you really don't think that that's going to deliver anything, if you really don't think that that is going to result in them being like, you know, competitive with the likes of Stephanie, Julia, Jordan Grace, and to be honest, their size is a barrier. You know, their size is a problem. If they were taller, if they were doing what they were doing, but they were taller, I don't think they get released. That's a harsh reality, isn't it? But the thing is that, you know, I said earlier about commentary and about how you're born with a voice for commentary or you're not. You can improve. You can get better at being a commentator, but you can't really change the tone of your voice. And so if you've got a tone of voice that doesn't lend to that, then you're always going to have that barrier. And I think size has always been a barrier in wrestling. It's a barrier that some can overcome. Look at Rey Mysterio. So it's not like the door is closed, but if Caden and Katana were taller, I think they might look at them and go, well, we could probably do something with these two as solo stars. But because of their size, I bet they've looked at it and gone, even if we put them in AAA or whatever, I don't think there's anything we can do. I'll tell you what would be really interesting, though, and that will be if like lots of shorter talent comes through from AAA, maybe. I don't know. But if it does, then, you know, would they look at a lighter division for women? I think there should be a lighter division for men and a lighter division for women. We've said this time and time again, but WWE just don't want to do it. I think you could have a great women's division, a recognized light heavyweight world championship. The likes of Candice, Zelina, Caden, Katana. Like, you could actually get like a decent list of names. You could have a world title that they go after. And same with the guys as well. You know, you could have Finn Balor against Rey Mysterio. And, you know, we've got a lot of luchadors coming in who tend to be on the smaller side. And there could be a world title for the smaller guys. Because it's hard for the smaller guys to kind of go after the world title when you've got to get past Roman Reigns, flipping Brock Lesnar and all of them, you know. Michael Bisping is in the crowds. Let's go. Oh, he's all fired up, isn't he? Okay, Pretty Deadly is in the ring. Sean Ross Sapp said there's a bunch of other releases. He's just working on getting them confirmed. Oh, really? Really? I shouldn't really be surprised, should I? But NXT releases, you say? Well, looks like there might be another wave of information coming out then. Fraxium are making their way down. Let's end the poll, shall we? Let's get rid of the poll. Damien versus LA Knight. Okay. 10, 13, 18, 50. Yeah, you guys were not blown away by that match. Good 87%. Crowd were hot for it, though. The crowd were really into it. Okay, so Fraxium have made their way out. Oh, the Gallus news was correct. Gallus have been released. That news just coming through from Sean Rossap. So, I don't know where that news was circulating from. But sadly, it has come through as being correct. So that was 17 seconds ago from Sean Rossett. NXT Trio added to releases. Wrestle Talk got it 19 seconds ago. Where did they get this from? It was not on my feeds. So who reported it? As reported by Fightful and PW Insider. Blah, 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 blah. Perhaps Fightful have just put it out then? Sean Ross only posted it a minute ago. So perhaps Fightful had it on the website first. What's this? The traditional path when WWE does mass post-Mania releases is straight to TNA. Do we think that route is no longer an option these days? Dave Meltzer said it's very much an option. Yeah, I don't think that's, you know, I think TNA are going to obviously be allowed to do what they want to do, but there's a number of other NXT releases I'm just working on confirming. That was 6 minutes ago, and of course, Gallus is the big news. So what is it, all of them? Like Joe Coffey as well? I thought Joe Coffey had something about him. I mean, he was main event in NXT UK shows. So I would have thought that Joe Coffey had a future. I mean, God, they were in Evolve, weren't they? I mean, if you're struggling to get onto TV on NXT and you find yourself in Evolve, it's not a great sign, is it? I don't think it's a great sign for Wendy Chu or for Nikita Lyons or Riley Osborne was in Evolve. Nathan Frazier collides into Fraxium are in control. Okay. Nathan Frazier on the outside. I mean, Nathan Frazier is really, really special, isn't he? Axiom's great as well, but okay, Fraxium are in control. I'm not sure why wrestlers need roadside. I guess it makes sense. Does anyone know the status of Ava? Please, she's so great. I hope she survives, said Aubrey. I'm sure she'll be fine. I hate when WWE does that. Finn B said, could Sheamus be released? I wouldn't expect Sheamus to be released. He could be, but I don't expect him to be because he is, you know, he's a legend that's been around a long time. I mean, it's rare to see people like that. I mean, that's like a Dolph Ziggler release, isn't it? I mean, he probably is on a decent wage because he's been there a long time and he's probably renegotiated his contract quite a bit. So, you know, he's someone that's probably got a decent wage. But I don't think that's how they would want to treat. I don't think it's unfair to call Sheamus a legend. You know, if you think about the legends that they bring in for like different shows, you know, like Boogeyman and people like that. I think Sheamus is well in like legend group, you know, former WWE champion. Used a lot, lots of different feuds, been around for a hell of a long time. Just doesn't get used much at the moment, you know. Right, we're at commercial break. Sheamus is multiple-time world champion, said Jake. Okay, so 11 releases with the Gallus one just being announced. Which is kind of 13, really, isn't it? Because, you know, there was 3 in that group. A lot of booking and creative is poor, said Lee. Solo went from no selling a guitar to the back, beating John Cena and Roman to being Jacob's manager, says Riot. Yeah, the fall of Solo should be studied. Should be studied. Bray was multiple-time champion. He got released. No one is safe, said Uncle Rebel. Let's just hope that all the people released have got bright futures, says Dort Knights. Even Bray hit releases, bless him. Sheamus just doesn't set the bar. He is the bar, said Durom. Aaron said Sheamus is being benched at the moment. Yeah, well, no, we don't do that, Aaron. We don't do that, but it might look like benching, but we just call it a rest period. It's just a little rest periods. We call it super adventure time. It's where we give them time to go and have super adventures. We don't do benching. That's an AEW thing, but we do super adventure time. Sheamus won't get released, said Dro. Strowman is a former Universal Champ, and he's been released twice, says Nightmare. Braun was not good on the mic, said Corey. Tony said, I think Shayna would be a great addition to the AEW roster. She could be in a team with Marina Shafir. Let's freaking go. I tell you, I'm quite surprised. I mean, we didn't have any releases announced until we had Gallus during the show. I really would have thought that that would have been done. That's a good point, actually, by Fadeaway Media. Gallus released, right, after they helped get The Rock ready last year. They trained The Rock for his WrestleMania match. So he's not looked after them, has he? I mean, look, business is business. He doesn't owe them anything, but I don't know. They went and they helped him get ready for his WrestleMania match. And they've been repaid by being released. Right, we are back from commercial break. How's Travis Scott in WWE and all these releases are happening, said Irish Sam. Dakota Kai released. WWE really cleaning out that roster, said Dom. Double DDT there by Nathan. Lovely. Standing shooting star. That's the 3. That's a 3. She's counted the 3. Yeah, the boos are ringing out. She says it's a 2. Are they going to show the replay of that? 1, 2. Oh, they cut it. They cut the replay. They did not want us to see if that was a 3 or not. But it was a 3. Yeah, she looks worried, to be honest. She looks a bit worried. She might always look worried. But that was a 3. She should have counted it. She should have counted it. It's one of those. I don't think she'll get in like massive trouble for it, but oh my God. They're really botching these counts. She just counted, well, the 3 went down. Oh my God, this is a mess. Yeah, if you're in the back right now, you probably just want this to get wrapped up, don't you? She counted 1, 2, and she counted the 3, but I think when the 3 went down, I think he had kicked out on that second example. I think he had kicked out. But that first one, I don't believe there was any kind of kick out, and I think it was just botched. Botchamania. Smackdown is really sucking tonight. 1, 2, 3. Good. Done. End it. Jesus. I feel so sorry for Fraxium there. I mean, yeah, it's what a mess. What a mess tonight. To be honest, I think my head's spinning with all the releases. I can't get on into the show. I mean, I don't know that they're suffering from that as well, but those were some flipping crazy botches. Okay, BFAB is actually backstage with Michin. So that's obviously good news to see them around. Okay, here's here she is in black. She's in mourning. Chelsea is in mourning. Well, the numbers don't lie. The referee counted 3. Well, I just saw a ref do that. So I think it seems like the numbers do lie. Don't make me take you to the Supreme Court. She wants a recount. Zelina's taking on Piper. She's fainted. Maybe you could be Piper's secret Hervish is hyperventilating. There's Nia. That's a pretty good line. That's the best part of the show so far. Chelsea has been the best part of the show so far. The ref swept her arm under her on that. It's so bad. You're forgetting that Gallus was repaid with the Rock's famous drink Terramana, so all bets are off with them. That might be how they got repaid. Have we got the flipping? Have we got the count? Okay. Here. 1, 2. His shoulders are down, aren't they? I mean, there's no. I can't even see him lifting the other shoulder. Yeah, I mean, she just does not count it. I don't even know what she does. 1, 2. She then throws it under her body. He's still down. That's bad. That's bad. 1, 2. I don't know why have you done that. They teach them to just count the 3. They tell them to just count the 3. Don't jeopardize the integrity of the match. If there's a botch, we'll handle it after. Just count the 3. It's not your fault. I think that's a very clear. Honestly, I think that's a very clear message that goes to the referees. You don't get the blame. You count the 3. We'll deal with what. We'll mop up what. This isn't for a title or anything. There's not going to be a shock title change. 1, 2. Throw it under me. Faff around. Alton Prince didn't kick out. He gets busted open from Nathan Frazier. There was a second one as well. I mean, that's obviously going to be a SmackDown. It's obviously going to be a SmackDown talking point, so I'll add it to the folder. There was a second one as well, which was she counted 3, but I do blame her for this, by the way. I know that he should have kicked out, but if he was actually stunned, like if he actually did get rocked 1, 2, 3, and he did not have the ability, like he was actually stunned, like this wrestling actually happened. He was stunned to the point where he couldn't respond. Like, it's hard to blame him if he wasn't able to, kick out in time. It's, these things happen, but you can't do that. Have we got the second one? Have we got the second one? No, I don't think there is. There was another one where she does count 3, but I think when she counts the 3, I think the shoulder had got up. That's kind of what's going on at the moment. I've said before, the lists are brilliant. You don't have any flipping nonsense. It's just all news and bits that you need to know about. I swear by this. 224 accounts. I got all the wrestlers, dirt sheets and stuff like that, and I just scroll through, and this is my feed. And Twitter is so much better that way. Okay. It's not the end of the world. It's not a massive problem. It's just like... just made a mistake there, mate. The second time she botched, she was clearly in her own head. I feel terrible that she'll hear a million things on Twitter. I bet she's already kicking herself. Yeah. I mean, I think it's one of those that, you know, we've said what we've said. We'll touch on it on Unseen. There'll be people that are blaming like him for not kicking out and that it was his fault, but I mean, the truth is, if he's actually stunned, if he's actually, like, busted open and he genuinely is like, I don't know where I am, then the refs are told to count it, so she should have just counted it. But there is just, I suppose, that kind of inbuilt voice that says, this isn't meant to end like this. There's another few minutes left of the match. Is there anything I can do to delay this? Does he just need another millisecond, you know? Because a lot of wrestlers run it so close, don't they? If you're a referee, you really don't know if they're going to kick out on that 2.99999. So, you know, she's going 1, 2. You've got, I mean, it's split seconds decision. It's kind of even one that you don't, I don't want to say it just happens, but like, it's so fast that you just have to pick a lane, don't you? It's like that or that, which one? Boom. And you just have to make the call. And in that moment, she was like, I'm going to do what I can to help you. It shows she's a lovely person. I mean, she's trying to help him, but just shouldn't really do it. Gallus have been released, says Brian. The ads aren't even ads that make sense. Playing them, they could have a 3-minute promo for superstars, said Word of Wrestling. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Every day. Hey. Okay, so we're getting Piper against Zelina. We're about 55 minutes into SmackDown, and it has not felt like SmackDown. But I can't tell how much of that is just the show's a bit mid, or how much of that is that our brains are fried. My brain is fried. My brain is fried. I enjoyed the Chelsea little moment. I don't know what we're getting from Nia. She's going to talk about Tiffany, isn't she? Let's see what Nia's got to say. Nia and her boobs. Okay. Guys, that first match you said was good 87. That second match you've said is good 77. I mean, it's flipping falling through the floor. I'm guessing it's because of the botch in it that it's really distracted. Without the botch pins, I think that would have done okay. I don't think it would have got really great or anything, but we're just seeing what went down last week with Tiffany and Nia and she's still coming for that title. Okay, Nia in the ring. We'll try and We'll try and catch up with the super chats in a second, my friends. See what Naya's got to say. Thanks, guys, as she gets booed out the building. Thanks, guys. I'm really happy I'm back. I was at home, getting refocused. Okay, so Naya said she was refocusing so she could take back what's hers. Here's Tiffany. Tiffy is interrupting Naya. It's Tiffy time. Here's Tiffany. Newsflash. I'm not the same Tiffany. I went toe-to-toe with one of the greatest of all time. And I beat her. And if we ever lock up, I would beat you too. Crowd are chanting Tiffy time, and Tiffy's kind of dancing away. I don't make the matches. Tiffany definitely feels more confident now. Who's this? Naomi. I don't know her new music. Here's Naomi then. Proceed with caution. Well, lucky, 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 lucky. Okay, so Naya's like, you always used to help. Naomi said you always used to help Naya. You might say you've changed. But I've changed. Okay, I'm here for this. I'm here for this Naomi promo. I'm here for this. She's like, I'm not the same person. She tells someone to shut up. Who is that guy? Shut up. Whatever that guy said seemed to distract Naomi momentarily. Okay, now Jade Cargill's coming out. Yeah, Naomi looking behind her, a little bit concerned there. Jade's not got a microphone. She's just come in full pelt, chasing after Naomi. And this thing is broken down. Jade and Naomi are going at it. Naya and Tiffany are going at it. Naomi against the ropes. Clothesline to the outsides. Naya to the outside. I mean, it's got tag match written all over it, isn't it? Daze, when does the draft begin? We don't know. They've not announced it yet. Is Nick Aldis. Jade looks sensational, said Leanne. Heel Naomi is amazing, said Joe. She was brilliant. A tag team match player. Let's do it tonight. There we go. Tag match. I've so far enjoyed Naomi's little promo and her telling that guy in the crowd to shut up. I think the botched pin is a talking point. I've not enjoyed it, but it's a talking point. And the Chelsea thing. Outside of that, this has been mid. This has been mid. So we are an hour into this 3-hour show. Hopefully, if the releases are done, we can start to just put a bit of distance between us and those releases. That would help. I think that has definitely hindered the first hour. Jade Nia would be a modern-day Hogan Andre, irresistible force, immovable object, says Scott. I feel like they just make it up on the night when people don't use storyline for the main. Yeah, I don't know that they make it up on the night. I think that I think they're just kind of pushing the stories forward at a bit of a snail's pace, really. I mean, what we've had is we've had, you know, a bit more development with the kind of Damian LA Knight mid-card match. We've had another Fraxium match. We've just had a bit more development with Tiffany, Nia, and Naomi and Jade. I mean, it's just, but it's nothing that's like, you know, big or seismic. Dre. He's still wearing that ugly necklace. Carmelo. Okay, so we got Miz and we got Carmelo. That necklace is... He just called him Dre. The spotlight is on you. So, Miz, Aleister Black, I think, is coming up next. He got a little lost there, didn't he? He got a little lost. So, Carmelo is actually walking out with The Miz. There's a reason he lasted in a company. He got... I'm getting lost trying to recall what he just said. I think he was basically trying to say there's a reason why he was here 5 years last time, but I've been here, you know, flipping, I don't even know when The Miz came in. 08, something like that. That guy, the one that Naomi told to shut up, he is talking to all the wrestlers when they come out. I'm standing on the ring apron. William, shout out to you. I think this is a way of bringing in Alexa and Nikki, said Autumn. Mello with Miz just doesn't look right, said T85. Cameron said Sol Ruka needs to be on the main roster. She's talented. Okay, thank God we've got Cardi B coming in to save the day. Where's the Cardi B WWE merch? That's my question. I do not see no competitor. Miz versus Aleister Black. Let's go. Right. Vikings Wolf said, now the releases have got me worried for the Wyatt 6. Marvlin said, how will CM Punk react to Cora's firing? He'll be gutted. He'll be gutted, and he'll tell her it's not the end of the road. And, you know, it'll be those kinds of things. I mean, he won't walk out or anything like that. He understands that it's business, but he'll be gutted because he has a real soft spot for Cora. Roxanne will be gutted as well. I mean, You are seeing, I think, more mistakes tonight than you would normally see. And I do wonder if their heads are spinning as well. Like, The Miz just stumbled over his words. The Miz just got lost in a promo. We just saw those kind of counting botches. And I thought, like, the girls just did quite well, to be honest. But, yeah, you know, these are not just people they work with, but it's their friends as well. I think you make a good point there about CM Punk. You know, that you could understand him being affected by the Cora release. And you could understand a lot of people on the main roster being, like, affected. I think, like, these are their friends, not just colleagues. So it is very, very sad. I mean, this is why doing it just before the show is so moody, because you do it just before the show so that the show buries the news. You do it so that the show gets in the way of the news. But it hurts the show, not just from a viewer perspective, but from a performer perspective. Because it's like, I don't know, you're chatting backstage about it, like it's everyone, and people are probably worried about it as well. Do you know what I mean? Even if people that are at this show, even if like they are at the show, if you've got a match on the show, you're probably feeling a little bit better, but I don't know, if you're not used on this show, or you've only got like a little thing on the show, you don't know if you're not going to do that and then have someone have a word with you after, you know? So, you know, you're going to have people like that's going to be thinking along those lines as well. So I can understand it derailing things. Vikings Wolf said, could we see TNA pick up some of the talents like they did with Indy? Yeah, I think you could see that, and I think you could see AEW do that as well. New Japan, I mean, all the companies will be having a look. You know, if you're a WWE main roster star or someone that's done well in NXT, you're trained to a high level. One thing WWE are very good at is like creating stars that are TV ready and TV worthy. Now, clearly they can't figure out the missing piece of the puzzle for some of these people, but that doesn't mean another company couldn't. You know, if I had a wrestling promotion and I was able to get Jakara Jackson, I'd be doing cartwheels. I think Jakara Jackson's got, like, real potential. If I could get Riley Osborne, I'd be doing cartwheels. If I could get Dakota Kai, I'd be doing cartwheels. If I could get Braun Strowman, I'd be doing cartwheels. Like, yeah, these people are going to have options. They're going to have offers. But what those offers look like and if they're going to work for them, I don't know. Defcon Prime said, my hot take, all the women being released is a good thing because it shows that there's a healthy NXT women's roster moving up and also being developed, says Defcon. Well, that is a hot take. Dr. Pina said Charlotte's original face has been released. And Ian said, why haven't Def Rebel been released? So there we go. Daze, could we see Braun do porn? Sure. Calvin said, can someone tell me if Austin Theory has been released? No, he has not. Taker1990 said, it sucks about Dakota being released. Zelina even wanted to face her for her first title defense. It's hard to focus on SmackDown. I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree that it sucks that Dakota got released, but well, it sucks for all of them, doesn't it? Okay, here's Aleister Black entrance. Do wrestlers get released because there's too many? Yeah, there's a few factors. I mean, if there was more TV time, they would need the wrestlers, of course. So if there was another show, then obviously you would have more TV time to use people. So there are only so many places. But as well as that, you know, you've got people that are, you know, on decent amount of money. Yeah, I don't know what Braun Strowman's getting paid, but, you know, if you release Braun Strowman, say you save $1 million a year, $2 million a year, you know, the people that are coming through from NXT are not on that kind of money. So you have to weigh up the pros and the cons of if we're not going to use him on a regular basis, is it worth the $2 million that you spend each year? I don't know. I mean, that's the honest business conversation that would be had, wouldn't it? It's about money. It's about the amount of spots that you've got on the roster. The one thing we don't ever talk about, and it's probably right that we don't talk about it, but the one thing we don't ever talk about is attitude and professionalism. You just don't know how hard some of these people are to work with, and you don't know if they turn up late on a regular basis or if they're always complaining about their creative or whatever, right? Some of that can be a factor as well. It could be that they like hurt people in the ring and they're, you know what I mean, people are like complaining about them. I'm not saying that's anyone that's been released. I'm just saying in general, that is another reason as to why, you know, it might not be that you can't accommodate them. It might not be that they're on a big wage, but it could be that there's other issues, you know? And we see releases for that. I mean, obviously more in NXT. But like Matt Riddle being released was for other reasons. And same with the Velveteen Dream, and same with Quincy Elliott, and same with Odyssey Jones, you know? These are names that got released for other reasons. So you never know. I mean, it could be one of any of those. Right now, Aleister Black has got The Miz. And again, big knees coming in. We've got Aleister. I like Aleister, what he wrestles in. I don't mind those shorts. Another big knee coming in. Kick. Little bit of criticism of the kick that Aleister delivered last week. It hit Miz on the shoulder. Oh, that was nice. That was nice. He did such a good job of kind of landing that then, because he jumped on that middle rope, but I think he kind of shot backwards a little bit too horizontally. I think he was trying to maybe go a bit more vertically, but he ended up like shooting back more like that. It meant there was no room for error. He had to absolutely stick it, and he did. Back elbow there by Aleister Black. Miz goes down. One. Just a one count. Carmelo at ringside. I see potential in Carrion from his debut in NXT, said Rowan. Right now, going over, grabbing. Oh, back elbow coming in there by The Miz. How will this affect Raquel, said Fred. Well, I mean, she'll be disappointed. It won't affect her massively because she's not doing any kind of work with Dakota. But she's good friends with Dakota. They were in a team together, weren't they? And they were quite close down in NXT. Yeah, this will affect a lot of people. I don't think you'll get too many talents that just sort of shrug it off and like not bothered, you know? These are their friends, and it's sad. Aleister Black going over into the barricade. If WWE doesn't have time for the Wyatt 6 on SmackDown, whilst it's 3 hours, how will they have time for them when it goes to 2, said Camcat. Well, it's a really good question, but I think the truth is at some point you have to prioritize them, don't you, as a feud you really want to invest in. So what I would say is that I don't know who their next opponents are going to be. I think a lot of people would have said Judgment Day, but Liv's going off to do a film now. So now that Liv's going off to do a film, how do you set up Alexa and Nikki against Raquel and Liv when Liv's not around for a month? So is that the next feud, or do we need a different feuds? The only way I see them giving up on the Wyatt 6 is if Triple H just throws the towel in and says, do you know what? It's just too hard to book this group. Not because of them, but just circumstance. Like, I wanted to do something with Braun, but Braun was ill. I wanted to bring Alexa in earlier, and there was allegedly contract issues. Do you remember that at the start of the year, Alexa contract issues? And then, of course, we wanted to finish off the feud with Final Testament, and Bo Dallas got injured. And then that kind of derailed everything. They could have then, carried on with the rest of the group. They decided not to. They decided to wait for him to come back. That meant that wasn't until March. So we missed a lot of the WrestleMania builds. Obviously, we know that on that whiteboard, it was kind of penciled in for the Judgment Day against Wyatt 6. That was on that WWE Unreal trailer. We spoke about it in Unseen. So I sort of look at it and I'm like, well, the only way I see them giving up is if he just goes, do you know what? This is too hard. I was going to do a Judgment Day feud after WrestleMania, and now Liv's gone. But I look at Judgment Day, and I'm like, well, you managed to book Judgment Day. You managed to book the Bloodline. These are all big factions. I think the challenge for Wyatt 6 is we're trying to do them as a faction. Rather than, with Bloodline, we had the Usos going off and doing something. We had Sammy going off and doing something. With Judgment Day, we had JD and we had Finn Balor going off and doing something. We had Liv and Raquel doing something. We had Dominic going off doing something. With Wyatt 6, we're trying to do it as a whole. We're trying to do it as a collective. And I think that is proving very, very difficult. So just tweak it and just have them go off doing their own things. And where you can, bring them together to do, big pieces together. Like, some weeks you just do promos where they're all together. I think they need a compound. I think we need regular promos. I think we need to dig into the characters. I think I've seen enough to see that we can't just use them as a collective group as a whole. You can probably do it the odd feud here and there, but I think you've got to go sort of Bloodline. I think you've got to go sort of Judgment Day and break it down into smaller chunks. Because, for example, had we have done that, well, Bo's just been injured, but we could have carried on with the others, Alexa's out the picture now, but that shouldn't affect Joe Gacy. So, you can do something there. That shouldn't affect Dexter Loomis, so you can do something with those. It might mean that Nikki's got to kind of not have much to do at the moment, sit on the sidelines, or, we try and find an alternative, but I think, like, them trying to be booked as a whole is maybe a problem, and maybe we scrap those plans, but I'm not worried about them getting released or anything. Right, we was at commercial break, but we are back from commercial break now. As Aleister Black's getting into the ring. Swing there by The Miz. Forearm shots coming in. Miz going back against the ropes. Miz goes down. K-Pop said, check Sean Ross Sapp. Are there any more releases? I can have a little look. Kick to the side of the head there of The Miz. Sean Ross Sapp said if Triple H wanted to keep talent, they would still be with WWE. There's no word on any new releases at the moment. To be honest, I did expect it to stop once the show started. The only thing we've had since the show started was Gallus. And I would imagine that because there's 3 of them in that group, it was probably a harder one to communicate before they kind of announced it. So I would imagine they were trying to do that before the show started as well. But perhaps it was just hard to get the message to the members. They're not going to want to make it official. They're not going to want to, I don't know how they get the information out, but obviously Fightful, PW Insider tend to get it first. I don't think they're going to want that information getting out until they've actually spoken to the wrestlers. The first hour and some change of the show has felt really uncreative and thoughtless, if I'm honest. They found a way to make me largely disengaged in an Aleister return match. It's crazy. Oh, it's so hard, isn't it? It's so hard to care. We're still talking about the releases, and it's more than understandable that we are. Kick coming in there by Aleister Black. I just think you've just butchered your own show. That's how I look at it. Rather than doing this like yesterday, we've done it today, and we've done it literally the hour before the show, and that is clearly on purpose. But all you've gone and done is you've just ruined your own show. Not for the people in the crowd. In the live crowd seem to be pretty invested, but Aleister Black staring over at The Miz. Is that Black Mass? Lovely. That's a great sell. That's a lovely sell, that, by The Miz. Miz down. Aleister coming over. He's looking to Black Mass him one more time. Aleister looking around, getting the cheers. He lifts him up. Carmelo was going to distract. Miz rolls up Aleister. Kick out there by Aleister. Bang! There it is! I do like Black Mass. When he connects with it, it does look great. 1, 2, 3. I like Aleister's ring gear. I like Carmelo's reaction. I like his entrance music. I like his look. I'm high on Aleister Black. I do feel sorry for him that he's having to deal with this situation where we've had a load of releases. But I think he's done about as good as you could hope for there. Aleister Black, Carmelo Hayes could be a lot of fun, couldn't it? These two squaring up to each other. These two this could be fun, honestly, these two. I'd be down for it. Carmelo is jumping out of the ring. Aleister Black keeping a very close eye on him as he departs. Okay, let's get match score on that, shall we? We are approaching the halfway point. It's probably good that we don't really do halftime scores anymore, because I don't think this would be... I don't think these numbers would be massively encouraging. So Aleister sat cross-legged in the ring, and we are backstage with Rey Fenix and Santos Escobar. I gotta tell you, what I saw. What I saw was the true embodiment of disappointment. You embarrassed the tradition of Lucha Libre. Rey Mysterio picked you to take his place, and you blew it. Someone's going to have to take Rey's place. And that person has always been me. Stay out of my business. So, Rey Fenix, Santos Escobar. This will be a good match. If you have a problem, I'll see you in the ring. That could be pretty good. Phoenix against Santos. That could be pretty good. Okay, Aleister Black against Miz. Get your thoughts in. Looks like we're going over to Zelina against Piper. I still hate this music. It's not big enough. Aleister picks up the win. C+, said Blue Will Sonic. Okay, let's go over to a couple of super chats that had come through. Timothy said, Wyatt 6 need to go after Cena for being a liar, said Timothy. And Ian said, I'm off to bed, all, especially the Nomies. Ian, good night, buds. A pretty flat one to kind of stick around for, to be honest. Not the usual kind of fun show for us to get our teeth into, but, you know, obviously today was that day where we get those releases. And, you know, there really could be some more that come out as well, because you don't know if they're trying to make phone calls and that people have answered. And So I hope there isn't. I mean, there could be more, but I hope there isn't. LFG. The sad thing is that Santos and Los Garza can go. They are booked awful, said Jennifer. It is a mid-theme, and it's a mid-title win, said Heel Face. Metal Mama said SmackDown is boring. The Lifeline wrestling fans sleeping on this night off. SmackDown's so boring again. The Lifeline wrestling fan sleeping on his night off. Metal Mama, shout out to you. Aaron said this show is so flat. Get your scores in. What do you think of the show so far? Out of 10, what would you score it? Might be interesting just to get a feel as to kind of where people are. Just out of 10, just, you know, rough sort of ballpark. I can tell you that Aleister Black against The Miz is the best match that we've had so far, though. Still haven't got out of good territory, but, you know, it is what it is. Good 94. Good 87. Good 77. Good 94. So these are the numbers, look. These are the numbers. Stanton said, I'm just tuning in who was released. There's been 13 releases. 3 of them were Gallus. I think 5 from the main roster, 5 from NXT. Main roster, Caden, Katana, Shayna, Braun, Dakota. NXT, Cora, Riley Osborne, Eddie Thorpe, Gigi Dolan. And there was another one, wasn't there? And then Gallus as well. I think there's one I'm forgetting. 4, 3, and 8, though, from Calvin. Cora, yeah. Dakota, yeah. 3 so far, says Thomas. 3 says Aaron. Vikings Wolf, shout out to you, but appreciate the support. Vikings Wolf said, I've been a fan of WWE for a long time, but after WrestleMania 41 and all the stuff with The Rock, and now these releases, plus the celebrity BS, it's really got me down as a fan. I can really understand that. I think that we ate so good in like 2023, 2024. I think 2025 feels like the end of the honeymoon period. Honestly. It feels like Triple H took over with all these new ideas and all this excitement, all this support. And I think that TKO obviously took over, and it, you know, it took them a while to kind of find their feet and all that stuff. And I think now 2025 is just where the honeymoon period has kind of ended. And I think the worst of TKO has shown itself. I think the sponsorships have gone crazy. Ticket prices have gone crazy. Celebrity BS has kind of reached the wider fan base now, where people are genuinely sick of it. And I think that, as you said, now we've got releases where, you know, some people's favorites have just gone. There are people in this community where legitimately their favorite wrestler was Dakota. Legitimately their favorite wrestler was Dakota. So, you know, that is a real setback, like, for people to see like their actual favorite wrestler getting released. I've been a fan for a long time, and I'm not happy one bit, said Dean. Well, listen, I mean, what I would say is there are green shoots. SummerSlam being 2 days is obviously a good thing. It means that we should get, you know, a WrestleMania level show in August. That's good. As well as that, you know, once the releases are done, hopefully that will be it for the year. You know, you might get the odd thing here or there, but hopefully that would be it for the releases. So we can move past that. Hopefully the backlash to WrestleMania 41 is being heard. Yeah, it's been loud. You can't go on social media or read reviews or watch content creators or whatever and, get anything other than people complaining about how WrestleMania 41 was. Do you know, it's funny actually, because I did on the Wrestling Escape Pod a thumbnail, which I think it was 2 weeks before WrestleMania. It says, "Will WrestleMania be a disaster?" And actually, that is a thumbnail you can see on the Wrestling Escape Pod channel. And again, that wasn't us being flipping psychic. Everyone was saying the same thing, that the build to WrestleMania had been mid. The build to WrestleMania got blasted week in, week out. People weren't crazy about the card. And so we ended up doing a kind of, is WrestleMania going to be a disaster? And it's just really funny to kind of look back at that now, knowing kind of what happened and how WrestleMania has been received. It's kind of really interesting to look back at that and go, yeah, do you know what? It sort of was. There was good stuff in there. There was highlights in there, but it sort of was. So I understand the frustration. I really do. But I promise you there are green shoots. There are still things going on in the company that are really good. And one of them is making her way down to the ring right now. Chelsea Green is coming down with Piper. Chelsea in full mourning. I think WWE is planning a Brock Lesnar return. I don't think so. I don't get that vibe. Okay, so Zelina is in the ring. She's waving to Chelsea. She is grieving. Slagent P is in the ring. So Slagent P against Zelina Vega. Zelina gets out the way. I sort of feel like this looks a bit stupid, where Piper's kind of going over and Zelina just very slowly moves out the way. It just looks a little... It just looks a bit phony. Piper tries to crash down as Zelina moves out the way. Kick coming in there by Zelina. And again, another kick coming in, firing in, spamming in these kicks. Zelina going against the ropes. Knee strike coming in. Piper goes down. One. No. Kick out. This match will be interesting, said Jennifer. Right now we've got Piper in there and a big club in blow again by Zelina. Zelina gets pushed back. I'll tell you what I'm looking for in this match, right? I'm looking for show me Zelina believably beating Piper Niven. That's what I'm looking for. Make Zelina look like she legitimately just beat Piper Niven, because the size difference is huge. On paper, Piper should absolutely destroy Zelina, right? So I'm like, if she is going to get past her, then I'm really looking for that to be believable. Right now, Zelina on the outside. She is selling the midsection. She's trying to get back into the ring. She gets back in the ring. Piper comes over. Shot to the back as Zelina goes down. So Piper in control. She's looking to pick up Zelina. Zelina goes down. She pushes Piper into the corner. Piper, though, stops herself. She tries to grab her again. She goes up, goes over. It's very slow. Oh, that was good by Piper, though. She planted Zelina face first. Zelina just doing a little bit of selling there after taking that bump. Kick to the back. She's pulling back on the arms. She's got Zelina. She's going to go face first into the corner, and she does. And right now, we've got Piper That's quite an image, isn't it? Let's have a look. Did she really hit her face? She sort of did, you know. She sort of did. I think they fumbled Cena's farewell. I think him turning at Mania would have been better, said Poppy Crocs. Apparently that was the plan, yeah, but I think word on the street is John wanted to do it earlier. Piper was very slow the other week as well. I'm not sure what's happened to her, said Johnny. Johnny, I hope you're well, my friend. Ganlin said, Daze, what if Braun goes to AEW or TNA as Adam Scherr? If he debuts in TNA, will he be in NXT? Well, I'm sure they could use him in NXT. I mean, I don't know if the wrestlers would refuse. They might feel like, I don't want to go back and help the company that just released me. But you kind of, you know what I mean? You're cutting your nose off to spite your face with that sort of attitude. We haven't used Dolph Ziggler, though. Dolph Ziggler's in TNA, and we've not used him in NXT since he left. Perhaps WWE see it as being a bit disrespectful. Perhaps, like, they don't look to do that. We have used Dana Brooke, though. And we did use Fandango, but Fandango was released quite a long time ago, to be honest. So, I don't know. Yeah, he could go to TNA, and I'm sure they'd have him. And, you know, he's big. He's got a good size to him. I think you can book him well. Give him a manager. Give him a mouthpiece. The problem is not that, though. The problem is that you're going to have to book him strong on a consistent basis. And how do you do that? How do you have him, like, beating your roster and build up his aura and all of that? I mean, it's a big commitment, really. Because the alternative is you just use him sparingly. You just use him once in a while, you know? I get the feeling that something big's going to happen at the end of this show. And the reason why I say that is because the show's been really mid. And I don't know if it's just going to be mid throughout the whole show or if we're going to get to the end of the show and then something big happen. We've still got Randy, for example. Randy was the other thing that was mentioned. So perhaps we end with the Randy promo. I'd imagine Randy will start the third hour, actually. We are at commercial break, by the way. Hannah said the following names for the writing team for Tommy: the Boston Brawler, Toy Kozuna, Big Toy Man, Dirty Dominic Mysterio. Irish Sam said, what could actually save this SmackDown? I had to turn it off. The Rock seems to have taken the whole soul of WWE. Perhaps he did. Perhaps he didn't just take John Cena's soul. He took WWE's by mistake. There is... Do you know, you make an excellent point, actually. It does feel soulless. It does. The ticket prices, the extra sponsorship, the releases... It does feel like the soul of WWE has gone missing somewhere. We've had, you know, high ticket prices in the past, but someone sent a tweet earlier. 2 years ago, a Raw, these tickets were like a couple of $100. Same tickets for Raw, same seats, same venue, same show as well. Raw, I believe, $900. 2 years ago, 200 and some. Now 900. And it's like, this is insane. This is insane. But TKO are motivated by one thing. The reason why they bought the company is to make money out of the company, innit? I mean, they don't care about they don't care about 5-star matches, or, you know, they care about viewership, they care about the bottom line, they care about money, merch sales. That's what they care about. You know, it's up to Triple H to make sure the product is as good as possible. And honestly, I sort of sense that he's a little bit burnt out. I get the impression Triple H is struggling a little bit because he took a few shots at the fans around WrestleMania just before, you know? Do you remember that line about why can't you just be fans and not critics? That, I think, is quite telling. That says to me he's feeling it. He's read stuff. He doesn't like what people are saying, and that he's feeling it a little bit. Well, Jesus, if he was feeling it before WrestleMania, I can only hope that he didn't go on social media during or after WrestleMania. Slap coming in by Piper. But we always get releases. We can't make out like this is something different, you know, or we've never done this before. But I do wonder if something big's going to come at the end of the show, because this show has been pretty mid. And sometimes when you get a mid-show, they do that because they know they're going to end on a high. They know they've got some big talking point at the end, you know? Like, this show's been pretty mid, but what if there's a big kind of Wyatt 6 tease at the end? Like, how would that affect people's scores? For Wyatt 6 fans, they would obviously freak out about that, and their score might drastically shoot up. Meteora, double knees there by Zelina as Piper went down. Vikings Wolf said, I feel like the roster is taking some damage with this underlying behind-the-scenes feud with TKO, Triple H, creative differences. 1, 2, shoulder up. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Maybe there is a bit of... So, I mean, I theorized, and it was nothing but a theory, that the releases might have... Oh, Piper into the corner. The releases might have... Here's Alina. Double knees. Affected some of the performances tonight. Might have affected some of the mindsets. And you could understand if it had. Zelina trying to get Piper over to the other side. No joy. She gets picked up. She's on the shoulders of Piper. Zelina turns it into a DDT. Zelina is digging deep a little bit here. She's going over to the corner. Zelina is looking to go up top. Moonsault to kick out by Piper. It's not the prettiest moonsault. That's what I would call it. Not the prettiest. Zelina Vega with not the prettiest moonsault. But she is... I don't know who we're chanting. Is it Let's Go Vega? She's going for like Code Red, no joy. She's on the back of Piper. Headbutt there by Piper. She's going to go for another one. She's got Zelina. She salutes. Right now, no. Looking for the power bomb. Zelina reverses. Piper against the ropes. Zelina's going to go for a 619. Chelsea Green pops up. Oh, Piper collides into Chelsea. Chelsea goes down. 1, 2, 3. So Zelina gets the win, but it's all thanks to Chelsea being on the edge of the ring. Do you know what? I'm going to say that's not too bad, because I don't think the match was brilliant. I think it was a bit slow in the early stages. I think it got better. But I wanted to see a fight, because I don't think that Piper should be getting, like, you know, out-wrestled by Zelina. And really, the way that Piper's screaming her head off there, she's very frustrated. I think the way they booked the finish to that was not too bad. Here's Nick Aldis with Solo and Jacob. Let's see what you lot thought. Let's get your thoughts on that. Match scores. Jacob is telling everyone to stay out of his way. Okay. Triple threat match, Jacob, LA Knight, and Damian Priest. Do you remember when the Bloodline were threatening the GMs, telling them, like, you work for us? Now we've got like flipping Nick Aldis. I'm all gas. No brakes. Yada I mean. Well, there we go. Fatal 4-way. The final minute wasn't awful, but I'm still shocked at how much time they gave that. They clearly want Zelina to get over, and she does resonate in certain parts, says LS Dub. Okay, Tiffany and Jade, Nia Naomi is our main event. Jeez. Coming up next is Randy. Maybe a touch earlier than I expected. I thought he would be what starts the next hour. I suppose, in a way, once we've done commercial break, maybe a video package, he might be. Well, at least we're Randy. We're getting to Randy. Matt, he said, I feel like I'm watching a house show. All I saw on X was Triple H has been working 6-8 hours a day booking, but the Wyatts still aren't here. Do you know, I spoke about that in, I think it was Unseen. I really think a lot of what he spends his time on is, what should we do this? Should we do that? And a lot of stuff that doesn't come to fruition. So he might work 6 to 8 hours, but you can easily remove 2 hours, 3 hours of like thoughts of things that they don't like go through with. People just put all the ideas on the table and they, you know, chuck it around and whatever. And they obviously flesh the stories out and like make little tweaks and stuff like that. But it is amazing how long it takes to kind of do even just really basic jobs. Things can just take a long time that you wish they didn't. You know, how long does it take them to faff around with the tag division? You know? Tag division doesn't really, we don't, you know, okay, the TLC last week was great. But I mean, like, by and large, the tag division is not what people are tuning in for. But that is going to take time to book. So, you know, you've got to kind of faff around with that. You got to faff around with the women's mid-card belts. So, you know, is that bringing eyes into the product? Not really. The thing that brings eyes in is the top end of the card, isn't it? It's John, it's Randy. That's what brings eyes into the top end of the card. That's where your priority needs to be. And I'm sure they do spend a lot of time on that, but, you know, they ain't spending 6 to 8 hours on that. Unfortunately, the vast majority of what they faff around with is, you know, how do we bring Aleister Black in? What's his first feud going to be? What does he move on to after that? What are we going to do with the United States Championship? What are we going to do with the tag titles? You know, how are we going to use our truth? It's all stuff that's just garnish on the show, really. It's all stuff that's not going to drive ratings or really affect your score too much. But I bet it's the stuff that takes up the time. I can say that with the channel. I've been talking a lot about like the members game that we play. And I've been talking to the members a lot about how much time that's taken up. And I'm not saying it because, like, woe is me. But it has been really eye-opening to me that, like, how much time that takes. And, you know, I'm dedicating a lot of time to that, which is time I could be dedicating to another video on the channel. But I'm not, because I'm doing, like, stuff for the members side. And I'm doing, like, this stuff for the game thing. And I find myself in that sort of situation where it's like, I think there's like, I said in the member stream the other day, there's like 30, 40 members that play on that game. And it takes a lot of my time to do something that's, you know, for 30, 40 members that play the game. Whereas I could do a video that reaches thousands of people. So you kind of look at it and you're like, well, that's kind of a crazy way to use your time, isn't it? But I do it because I love it and, you know, people are really engaged with it and I'm not down on it. So I'm just using it as an example. And I bet it's the same is true for Triple H. I bet Triple H spends all his time on stuff that doesn't really drive like his ratings and stuff like that. but it takes his time. So it's probably in Triple H's best interest to have a lot of that stuff that's not going to really change the ratings. Just, have other people deal with that. He needs to really just dial in on the top end of the card and, make sure that that is right and make sure that that is strong and make sure that that is good. And for 2023, 2024, I think he got it. I think he did a really good job. But 2025 has pretty much since the Rumble. Wow, do you know what? You could even go back to that first Netflix show, couldn't you? Raw on Netflix. There was lots of pushback against that. So you could even go back to January 6th. And you could go back to that Raw, and that was not right. And I think, you can, and people weren't crazy about Jay winning the Rumble. People weren't crazy about Charlotte winning the Rumble. You could even have a look, pretty much consistently 2025 has been underwhelming. With the exception of Elimination Chamber, which I think was very well received. But obviously WrestleMania was not. The Raw and SmackDown after WrestleMania was very good. But, 6 to 8 hours. I promise you, him spending that a day, it'll all be getting eaten up with stuff which, by and large, won't be making a massive difference. It's, it's just the shows that we're getting will have ate up a lot of the time. So, we've got Damian, we got LA Knight, we got Drew, and we've got... I thought he'd put Solo in the match. He hasn't. He's put Drew in the match. Vikings Wolf said, I feel like the roster is taking some damage with this underlying behind-the-scenes feuds. I think it's taken a little bit of damage. Yeah, it probably has, but I think it's took a bit of damage as well with the releases, as we said. Here's Randy. Okay, let's end this poll. Let's change this over. Okay, Zelina against Piper. It's come out as good 83. Okay, so Damian LA Knight, good 87. Fraxium, Pretty Deadly, good 77. Aleister Miz, good 94. Zelina Piper, good 83. The match quality is just not there. It's just not there. What, you want to hug me? That's lovely, that is. I think the kid even went, I've got your shirt, Because Randy was like, what, you want to have a hug? And the kid was like, yeah. Oh, that was lovely, that was. Did he just say, I've got your shirt? Oh. So we're looking at last week. We had Randy and we had John. Solo needs new ring attire, said Irish Sam. Jessica said they need more women in the division, not releasing a bunch. Days with Gigi gone from WWE. Would there be an imminent return to Grimm's wrestling show? Well, I mean, she might get used on that, but I would imagine she'd like to go to AEW or TNA more so. But you can make a living on the indie scene, and Grimm's Toy Show would be a part of that. I tell you what, he's having a bit of fun with the crowd at the moment. Let's see what Randy has got to say. Days, didn't WWE do releases earlier this year? Around the time WWE did not renew Sonya's contract, The Rock is ruining WWE. Yeah, there was a couple of releases. There wasn't loads. I think it wasn't like Blair Davenport and Sonya Deville, and I think we heard that a chunk of those were just contracts that had not been renewed. This is the big one of the year, and you could feel that it was in the air. Big Mix Gaming said, Braun gone, Dakota gone, but Dev Rebel is still here. Shake my head. Here's Randy. posing away. Big Migs, hope you well, buds. Daze, is there any way to let so many wrestlers go to pay the woman that Stone Cold ran over? No. They would have insurance for stuff like that anyway. So, Randy just doing the belt gesture. LS Dub said Randy's entrance is literally the best thing on the show. Orton is great, but I gotta be honest, his match with Cena is gonna be horrible, said T85. Albert said, I could write creatively better than these clowns. No wonder Bray did it his own creative. I genuinely believe a lot of you could do better than WWE creative. I completely agree. I think it is more challenging, though, than a lot of people understand. I do understand that. I do understand that having injuries and... But I still think people could do better than what we get, yeah. JP said, Daze, independently discovering what an opportunity cost is. Daze, independently discovering what an opportunity cost is. What do you mean by that, buds? What do you mean by that? Break that down for me. Here's RKO chants. John Cena. Booze for John. The world couldn't see him. I could. I knew from day one what kind of man he really is. I don't know how you turn him back face. We've got all these heels coming out now, or people that used to be heels saying, I told you all this time ago. Cena sucks chance. Loud. Is an entitled brat. The ultimate puppet master. Is he talking about The Rock? Are we going to try and fix that? You took advantage of the PG era. You took advantage of the PG era, and I did everything I could to be true to who I am. He just cared about his bottom line. It's really bold, isn't it, to sort of make out that all this time he's been a bad person. Every month he has a brand new shirt that comes out. So he's pointing out all the merch that has been available over the years for Cena. At least we're getting an interesting segment here. The only thing you've raised is the price of your merch. You might want to have a word with TKO on that, Randy. That might not be a John move. Wait until Randy finds out about ticket prices. Oh, he'll be livid. JP said an opportunity cost is the cost you pay for doing things. You don't get to do other things during that time. I've never heard that saying, an opportunity cost. JP, shout out to you. That is a new one on me, but... You said you was going to erase the Orton name from the history books. You say you're the last real champ. No. You're just the latest legend I have to put down. I'm going to punt kick you so hard in that Lego-shaped head. Nice. Okay, so he's talking about laying out John Cena. K-O. Well, there we go. Pretty straightforward stuff, to be honest, there from Randy Orton. Good. Entertaining. Daze, if WWE wanted to not show the WWE Championship on SmackDown, they picked the right wrestler. Part-time John Cena. Cena, title 17 is laughable, not memorable. Cena sucks, said Christopher. Right, there we go. Pretty simple promo. John has always been this way. I saw it 20 years ago. It took you a while to catch up. And I'm going to punt kick him a week tomorrow. Here we go with Naomi. Naomi is backstage. I'm going to forget what you said to me. Naomi stepping up to Nia. Sure. She walks away. Is this Penta, is it? Feels like Penta. I still don't know people's music, but I think Penta's coming out now. Right, Cena doesn't hold the records. Rick's got 21, said Corey. He does. I don't actually know how that breaks down, but it is true. He does have 21. I don't know if those are contentious title changes or if it's minor world titles, but to be honest, he's not saying anything that has not been said before. It's not like all of a sudden now he's just come out and shocked the world. Like, it has always been known that the real number's more than 16 for Ric Flair, but it's just been long accepted that, yeah, this is the accepted number, 16. But it is petty for him to now be having a graphic that says 21-time world champion. Right. What is Raquel going to do when Liv is gone doing a movie? I just thought of that. Apparently, they're just going to keep... I mean, she might do some singles matches, but they're going to keep the belts on them because apparently it's only going to be about a month or so, probably even less, that Liv's going to be gone for. So she's not going to be gone for like loads and loads of time. Days, the entrances are so different, said Heelface. I don't know entrance music, honestly. It keeps changing, and like Naomi's. And the themes are so generic. Here's an advert for Evolve. We enjoy watching that on a Wednesday. I enjoyed Wednesday's show, honestly. There is a big announcement on Wednesday as well, so I think they're going to announce championships, but we'll have to wait and see. So there is a big announcement on Evolve on Wednesday. If Cena goes out a heel, maybe less fans will ask for pictures when he retires, said Josh. Taker1990 said Flair has stated that he should be credited with 21 or 25 world title reigns, including some that were not formally sanctioned by governing bodies at the time. I hope Swipe Right get called up to NXT, said Dr. Luchalala. Jess said, I thought Randy's promo was fire. Big announcement. I guess it means Wyatt might turn up, said Spartan. I'm not thinking about the Wyatts. I know we've only got 50 minutes, and to my knowledge, there hasn't been anything. But I do think if you book this show, which is just a solid paint by numbers show that actually has been a little botchy in places, a little off in places, I think even looking at the card, you would go, I don't think this is going to really set the world on fire, this card. I feel like you've got to have something tasty planned for the end. I could be just naive. I could be naive, but... And I'm not saying the Wyatts, I'm just saying anything. I mean, I struggle to believe we're going to get Phoenix against Santos, and then we get the women's tag match, and that's it for SmackDown. Like, I feel like there's something else in there. There's got to be. JP said, I just noticed that Phoenix's entrance mask looks like Curry Man from TNA. Dort Knight said, you'll never wrestle watch along alone. You'll never wrestle watch along alone. YNWA. Dort Knight, shout out to you. Leanne said, I would have Penta have a finisher called the Pentagoner. Like, here comes Penta with the Pentagoner. Like, his opponent is going to be a goner. Leanne, with a plan. Thank you. Iron Sentinel said, I don't think Randy's promo was that great. Aside from the Cena raising your kids line, everything else was just the same from when they met up. Mr. B said, this SmackDown feels like a good house show, which the real go-home show is next Friday. Oh, this feels like a go-home show. Do you know, what can you say, eh? What can you say? Apart from, if you're not feeling it, I understand. I am here for you. I am also in that boat. I feel sorry for the wrestlers. There's been some bad news. I mean, I'll show you something that I just saw to give you an idea of, like, the mindset. There's BFAB. 42 minutes ago, heartbreak emoji, right? 42 minutes ago. So that was, she posted that during SmackDown, heartbreak emoji. And apparently a load of people were like, oh my God, what's happened? And she's come out now 17 minutes ago and said, guys, relax. The broken heart is because I know how it feels. My heart breaks for them. Shake my head. Days like this aren't easy. That is direct from BFAB, who has actually been on the show backstage tonight. It just gives you a glimpse, doesn't it? It just a glimpse of kind of where their heads are at. It's not easy. These are their friends. It's not easy. And you know, I mean, they're probably they are going to have the same thoughts as us, which is, are there others that have not yet been contacted? Are we about to find out other names? You know, is this it? Is there another wave tomorrow? Here's Randy backstage. He's bumped into R-Truth. Oh, yeah. My childhood hero. Okay. He's still riding with John Cena, isn't he? Stop. Hmm. Do you know what? R-Truth is not getting confused, is he, over this? He is just buying what John Cena is telling him, and it's going to happen. John Cena is going to beat him down. He is going to absolutely brutally attack R-Truth at some point, I'd imagine over the summer. Because R-Truth is really an embodiment of the kids. That's my childhood hero. That's my guy. He'd never let me down. So when he does kind of beat R-Truth down in a way, he's beating down those fans that have always stood by him. They're going to try and find any way to get heat on Cena, and actually having him beat up R-Truth would be, and brutally as well, not just like a little attack, but like blood and make it bad. Yeah, that could add a bit more heat. But it's really clever because they're not just doing it, like they're planting the seeds. This is like the second week now that we've seen R-Truth. So it's very clever. That's where I think it's going. I'm sure I'm not alone. Here's Santos Escobar. Should we just have a look and see what else we've got? Here's Matt Cardona. To the recently released, you have three choices. Fade into obscurity, coast off of your WWE name, or work your ass off, reinvent yourself, make a lot of money, and have a lot of effing fun. Love, the indie god. Cora Jade has changed her name to Eleanor Black. Hit me up at eleanorblack@yahoo.com. Chad Gable said Powder Keg Randy is the best and scariest version I know. I've looked that version straight in the eyes. I wrestled him right after. Let's do it again before too long. So Chad Gable's up for the challenge of a Randy feud. So there we go. That's kind of the latest. That's where we are at the moment. Daily DDT said, support the performers, not the promotions. Daze, I think Cena's final story has been ruined. They should have had it where he tries to get back his peak, but younger wrestlers beat him, goes through hard times, and then gets the title in his last fight. That could have been a fun story. That could have been fun with him getting frustrated. I see Santos and I think, why can't I look that good, says Joe. Mate, I look at Michael Cole and think that. I don't even think that when I look at the rest. I look at Vince McMahon and think that. That's how broken down I am. Michael, shout out to you. TMF said it's been over 5 months since we've seen the Wyatts. Days, I think Cena could defend the title against Truth on a random Smackdown. Maybe. Chops coming in by both of these performers. Big chop there by Phoenix. Yeah, I'm never a fan of that spot where they just chop each other. Listen to me. I should be the boss. I could be the boss. You could follow the orders. We could take this place over, says Santos. Another big chop coming in there. James said, Daze, you've got the body of a god. James, thank you. He said some other stuff, but I can't quite make it out. But, James, that's lovely, that is. God, you've got such a bad reputation, and you don't deserve it. You are a cherub. You are the cherub of this community. That's lovely. Guys, more of you need to be like James Chadwick. Kick coming in there by Ray. Daze would hate Ishii against Gabe Kidd if he hates the chop spot. I just don't like the spot. I know that it happens. I know people are into it. Boom, going up, lands on his feet, goes down. I'd love it if R-Truth rolled up Cena in a backstage segment thinking he's got the 24/7 title, or even better, Truth is the one who takes the title. But none of that will happen, said Dadster. Phoenix going against the ropes. Oh, Santos to the outside. Ray said body of a god, and then some other stuff that I can't make out. But it seems like this is a trend that's really catching on. That's amazing. James Chadwick is a trend setter. Okay, Santos is down on the outside. Alexa doesn't need the Wyatt 6, said Stephen. Who misses the Wyatts? I think a lot of people do, my friend. Kick coming in there by Santos. Ray Phoenix goes over to the corner. WrestleRant said, Truth is going to build this so good every week. He's literally the face for every Cena fan. So that when Cena kills him, Truth, oh my God, the pop, the heat that will come with it, said WrestleRant. It will be biblical. And I can use that word because I've got the body of a god. Santos goes through the ropes. Bring back Doink. Yes! Oh, you're so right. Bring back Doink. Bring back Duke the Dumpster Drozy. Bring back Adam Bomb. Bring back Kamala, you cowards. I mean, I know he's dead, but bring him back. Someone bring him back. Bring back Kamala. Just get Undertaker back. Oh, God. Can we see your quad? My quad. Stone Cold was driving it at WrestleMania, but unfortunately he crashed it. So it's in the shop at the moment. So I can't show it you right now, but if you watched WrestleMania, you saw it. Cena versus Roman for his last match, said AB Jobson. What could the Wyatts even do on SmackDown? I mean, with Aleister, sure, but not much else, said B-Mac. Well, I think that they could do stuff individually. They could maybe go after, like, Santos and Los Garza. You could maybe do something there, but you'd have to set a table. You'd have to, like, have them, like, attacking the luchas and things like that. I think the story that makes the most sense for me is DIY and Candice because of Dexter's background. They could go after Randy, but not whilst he's a face. So you can't do that. The other problem you've got is we might be on the verge of a draft after Backlash. Do you know what? They might even be waiting for the draft. I don't want to keep kicking that can down the road, but honestly, they might be waiting for the draft. But then it does beg the question, why move them to SmackDown in the first place? You must have had an idea when you moved them to SmackDown. Santa said, this is who you pick, Ray. This is who you pick. We are at commercial break, by the way. Bring back Del Rio. Daze, anyone in the chat, show me their quad, said the Quad Daddy. I think you want the quad watch along, buds. Daze, R-Truth will get murked by Cena, and then Truth will still support him, said Taker 1990. Take me back to 1990, said Leanne with a plan. Hannah said, Daze, for the past 5 years, Berto has stayed on WWE radar for a long time as he has escaped being released. Despite not advancing, do we think he'll get pushed huge soon? Well, I think they've had a little look at him recently. He's done a few singles matches. They also teased, didn't they? Wasn't it Andrade or someone was having a word with him about potentially breaking away? There was moments where Santos and Angel Garza walked away and Berto was being spoken to. And then he had a couple of singles matches. So I actually think that there are seeds there of them having a little look at him, yes. Knee strike coming back there by Santos. Aleister should lead Dark State, said Tokens Worlds. Drafting and all that is insane, is crazy. Focus on the story. Why make booking even harder? It makes 0 sense, said wrestling's biggest fan. Okay, Santos has got Phoenix. Phoenix going over the other sides. Steven said, I'm just sick about hearing about the Wyatt 6. And Austin said, Berto is a bit boring. Right, we've got Santos on the outside of the ring. Genuinely, and this is a genuine question, is this the worst show of 2025? I think it's one of the worst. I think it's one of it's flat, it's dull, it's missable. But is it the worst show of 2025? I think it's got to be in the running so far. There's not loads to kind of hang your hat on, is there? Final Boomer said, Daze, I'm just shouting out and sending some love your way. Hello? What did you say? Something about what? Daze just shouting out and sending love your way for our Kitty Speckles, who loved hearing your voice. I thought you was calling me Kitty Speckles. I mean, mate, I got told I got the body of a god and now I'm getting called Kitty Speckles. Would that be my wrestling name? Oh, God. I wanted something so much cooler than being called Kitty Speckles. Oh, God. Imagine that, Kitty Speckles, and then I come walking out with my god body. 1, 2. No joy. Anyway, no, you meant you've got a kitty that's called Speckles. I'm with you now. Loved hearing your voice. Thank you for making her happy. Mate, I'm here for the kitties. I like to make all the kitties happy. So, Final Boom, a shout out to you. And also, thank you for providing me with my wrestler name as well. I don't need to worry about that anymore now. I don't need to try and figure out what my wrestling name would be. That's done. My finishing move would be called the catnap. So thank you for that as well. Boom, big boot coming in. Nice. Kick going downstairs there by Phoenix. Big knee there by Santos. Not Tivix said, I can hear the theme now. Here, kitty, kitty. It would be one of those bells that you jingle that cats go crazy for. It'd be like that. It wouldn't quite hit the same as Brock's music, but, you know, people would still freak when they heard that little jingle of a bell. Here, kitty, kitty. Oh, it's Kitty Sparkles. Ah! Kitty Sparkles. Kitty Sparkles. You can hear it. It works as a chant, doesn't it? Catnap, 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 catnap. And then if, like, something big happens, they'll be like, oh, my God. Kitty got spiked. I'm pretty sure he just used one of his 7 lives. I mean, it just, the commentary is right in itself. The character's fleshing itself out. Insane. Insane. Santa's back in the corner, charging over, knees into Phoenix. Drags him into the middle of the ring. We got about half an hour to go. 9 lives, 9 lives, 9 lives. Is it 9? So I don't know how many flipping lives there are. I think I've used some anyway. Did Triple H go to sleep and put someone else in charge of the show? Maybe Triple H got released. Have we considered that? Have we considered that Triple H got released? And the evil overlord that is The Rock is actually sat there in gorilla like this right now. And he just asks for all the wrestlers' souls before they go walk into the ring. Can I have your soul? And they're like, where's Triple H? Drop kick to the back of their heads. Where's Kitty Sparkles? Running on the ropes. Boom. Kick. Santa's down. Phoenix is up. He's perched. Oh. 1, 2. That's a weird finishing move, isn't it? Double knees off the top like what the girls do. What, are you a girl? When do you see guys doing meteoras? And also, why is that not the name of a pizza? I'm sure it is. But, like, double knees off the top, I think. What's this? When I think Meteora, I think Sasha Banks. Is he going to start doing bank statements? Figure eights. Oh, that'd be kind of cool, actually. Imagine if there was a male wrestler that just started using all the women's moves. Jaded! Riptide! Ah! Here's Byron, look, the creep. Okay, look, are we going to get Alexa and Nikki interrupting this main event? I don't feel like we are, but why are we doing this as the main event? Jade is scoffing. You stay out of my way. What, Jade's facing Nia next week? Toodles. 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 Triple H should be suspended for Mania Night 2 main event, says Jessica. I feel like this show is proof he has been. We need Alexa and Nikki to interrupt this match. Daze, the kitty, Speckles. Let's go, said Smurfy Toons. Your finishing move could be the litter box. Oh, Jesus, I don't even want to know what that would entail. I don't even want to know what I'm doing for the litter box. I don't think you can air that on WWE TV. Thank you very much. That is going to be my OnlyFans. Definitely needed. How has your week been? Who dat St. J? Shout out to you. Doesn't feel like the Wyatts are going to get involved. It wouldn't make any sense. Oh, the only thing I can think is if you just shock us and just have lights out at the end as all the women are brawling. Lights come back on. You've just got Alexa and Nikki standing side by side. And it's like, oh my God, when did they get together? What's going on? They're back. And show just ends and you just have like questions and we'll deal with it next week. But at least you've done something. You know, it's that kind of booking where you go, well, we did something. We don't know what we've done, but we did it. We just had the women like, when did Alexa and Nikki get together? Who are they going after? What's their motivation? Who are they targeting? How do they fit into this? Are they even involved in this feud? Or are they just basically saying, we are united and we are back? Is that just the message and that's it? Like, do you just do that? And it's just... I mean, I feel like this show flipping needs something like that. You know? This show has still been better than Cody's title run, says Brony. I just don't think the writers care about today. Yeah, do you reckon it was that? Do you reckon they looked at it and they were like, nah. Nah. Should we do really good Smackdown? Nah, I can't be bothered. Can't be bothered. Just do that person against that person. Penta Santos, there you go. And that person tag team. Okay, Naomi and Nia, we can do that. Who are they feuding with? Yeah, we'll just do Jade and Tiffy. That sorts that out. Let's do Damien and LA Knight. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do that. We'll do a Randy Orton promo. Oh, hang on. Tag teams. Fraxium. Pretty Deadly. Okay. Mate, this is easy. Booking's hard. Ain't that hard. Not with this new foolproof approach that we've got of names in a hat. Let's go. What if the show's been put together by ChatGPT? Did we consider this? Did we consider that AI has now got so powerful that we're just using that now? And all right, AI's not quite there, but come back in like 5 years and it'll be sick. So, you know, you've just got to put up with a mid 5 years, but come back in 5 years and it will be some of the best stuff you've ever seen. So how about you stop being haters? Yeah. How about you start getting on board with the vision? They did release a senior creative person. Maybe that's an excuse. Well, maybe. Maybe. Road Dogg does use ChatGPT to book shows, says Jojo. Jessica said KO being out doesn't help. He just messes people up and is naturally funny. Trippy Gary said they should somehow get Alexa and Nikki together in the next week or two. That would leave them a week or two till Liv comes back. Do you know, what I would do is I wouldn't bring them back. I would not release them, but I would never bring them back. And it would just be week after week after week of people going, well, is it this week? Is it this week? And I'd just never bring them back. And I would have the odd little glitch. I would have the odd little tweets. There'd be the odd little rumor, but I would never release them. I'd never release them. And all you would hear in like questions would be, have you got any plans or anything? And I'd be like, yeah. We're working on a few things. Yeah, but you've said that for 10 years. I'm like, yeah, well, it takes time, doesn't it? Takes time, doesn't it? Jeez. And just keep doing that. I don't know. That's not what's happening, to be honest with you. We can joke about it, but this actually might be the situation that we're in. So we'll have to see. We got 25 minutes. This SmackDown was booked by Amazon's Alexa, said Smurfy Toons. Sell the merch for money and then never book them, said Jojo. Perhaps that's what it is. It's just a way to sell some masks. It's clever. Think about it. Think about it. You can't botch them if you never book them. Can you? Do you know what I mean? We've seen like 3 counts that have been messed up tonight and, you know, feuds that we're not really crazy about. You can't have a bad segment if you don't have any segment. It's 4D chess. It's 4D chess. If we book them, you're only going to moan about what they do. So let's just not book them. Oh, but now that's not good enough. Fine. What do you want? Jesus. Daze, it's true. Your voice is cool, but when I put it on whilst playing PS5 and people hear their voice, they always get annoyed. But your voice on YouTube is legendary. Well, that's good to know. Pleased to know that people get annoyed when they hear my voice. Okay, Phoenix Santos was good 90. Okay, we're backstage. There's Berto. There's Angel. Here's Legado. Tranquilo. Now, Andrade has been sort of flirting with Berto. You watch your words, Santos. I know you don't care about Las Garza. Andrade said he doesn't like Santos. You don't have respect. You don't have honor. He was laughing a little. Just think about it, Berto. John Cena returns next Friday. John Cena's back. He is back next week. LA Knight, Damian Priest against Jacob and Solo next Friday. Next week. Daze, your finishing move would be the Pussy Destroyer. Tony, thank you. That's actually my finishing move right now. LS Dub said, dude, Andrade could be a franchise player. Look at him. Okay, Jade Cargill takes on Nia Jax in a #1 contenders match. Supposedly, the leg spot was a real shoot. I thought it was a callback, says Wrestle Rants. Christopher said, Daze, no one cares about Cena. Can't wait till he's gone. A storm is coming, guys. Here is... She's going to save the show. Here's the Queen. Here's the savior of SmackDown. Jade Cargill. Come on, Jades. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. That's Rihanna. Who's she partnering with? I can't remember who these boomers are. She partnering Tiffany versus Nia and proceed with caution. Naomi will save the day. 20 minutes of this. Please, something interesting happen, said Jay. Dutch Lucha Lala says, God, how is this our main event? Jessica said, I thought you meant Charlotte. Well, Charlotte's the queen of our hearts. Not Natalia. That's Charlotte. We all love Charlotte. But Queen of SmackDown is Jade Cargill. She shines bright like a diamond. This guy needs to come back. Alberto Del Rio, said Rishi. That'll do it. This show is effing awful, said James. James, remember when I said I had the body of a god? That was good, wasn't it? I said it was going to be an ish show, said Wes. Well, Wes, you called it. You can gloat. Gloat away. How is this the main event? I would rather be watching an Evolve main event, said Chris. How are y'all hating on this main event, said Can't Stop, Won't Stop. I think it's just because it's a nothing tag match. It's fine for being on the show, but closing the show. Do you know what I mean? Closing the show. I'm not, to be honest with you, I'm really not a fan of tag matches if it doesn't involve tag teams. Like, these are boomers that have all got, like, individual feuds. Like, Nia's got an issue with Tiffany. Jade's got a problem with Naomi. So how does anything get solved by putting them in a random tag match? Like, nothing gets solved. It's just filler. Time killer. So, it can be on the show to kill time, but, like, and it gets the girls on the show. I get that, but it's hard to be like, oh, this is the juicy main event that we're all waiting for. Why would the Wyatts come back tonight? Main event, what do the Wyatts want? Naomi, Tiffany said Ninja. Honestly, I just think this is got 2 tag teams in. They're not real tag teams, but, you know, it's a tag match. And so do you just use this as a way to show that Alexa and Nikki have joined forces and that they are now a tag team? So it's not that they're going to go after any of these girls. It's more, here's a tag match. Well, here's a tag team that you need to be aware of. Boom. And it's more not about them going after these women. It's more just making a statement. We're back. We're united. You don't know how it's happened, but we're going to tell you next week. And we'll dig into it next week. But it's just the most important thing is you need to know this has happened. And actually just play on the confusion for a week. You'll have people like, what? How did they get together? Well, you'll find out next week. Not every story needs to be told in chronological order like that. You can skip bits and get to the end. And then go back and like revisit how we got there. It would be nice if we got Athena Ember Moon back, said Jessica. Road Dog is a horrible writer, said T85. Leanne said, I say we just start our own wrestling company. Roman hijacking both heavyweight titles for 4 years was a crapshoot. He only defended them 3 times a year, and he always needed help. Rock ruined Mania, said Taker 1990. Nico said, I don't know, tonight's been kind of boring. Some good matches, but I'm just not feeling it. Well, do you know what? This is a support group. If you are feeling that way, you are not alone. I genuinely don't imagine that there's other people that are freaking out over this show thinking this is amazing. Normally, however you lot feel. Ooh, what's that? Normally how you lot feel is how we feel. How, like, you know, the wider fan base feels. Look. Oro Mensah, 15 years hard work and true sacrifice to make it to WWE. Always gave it 110%. Put my whole passion and body into the art form of pro wrestling. Thank you for the support. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. I've retweeted it because I think it's really interesting, but I always gave, not give, gave it my 110%. Has Oro Mensah gone? Who the hell's this guy? EJ and Duca. Duca. Okay, well, that could be some breaking news about Oro Mensah. Imagine releasing talent like that. Place is effing insane. That's Nixon Newell. Imagine releasing talent like that. Place is effing insane. I'm taking that. Wait, what? PW Nexus have picked up on it as well. Hey, look, Elite Rockers, this might honestly be one of the most skippable episodes of SmackDown. Everything feels like filler. Yeah, honestly, the vibes we get, I mean, we're just wrestling fans. We know what we like, and by and large, I know there's differences of opinion, but by and large, a good show is a good show, a bad show is a bad show. If we look at this and think it's bad, I expect the wider fan base to feel that way as well. I am not ever aware, honestly, I am never aware of a show that we have really not liked, that I've then looked and everyone's been like, that was so good. I've never experienced that. Right, we've got the women making their way down. Tiffy time. Yeah, Oro Mensah is the... Interesting. TKO sucks, said T885. Oh, God, I don't want to be moody. I don't want to get moody. What should we talk about? I don't know. Hey, do you know who's really cool? I like Bjork. Bjork's really cool. I never really used to listen to Bjork. I found her to be quite scary and intimidating, like most women. But I gave some of her music a bit of a listen, and I was blown away. You need to listen to hyper ballad or bachelorette. Honestly. Her voice. So, Bjork's good. Yeah. If you're watching Bjork, love you. Not all of her stuff. Some of it's a bit out there. JPville said, if The Rock was the booker, everyone on the show would be 95% promos about his tequila and souls. It's true. And Papa Tui, don't forget that. There'd be some Papa Tui stuff in there. Right, we are underway. TK don't suck, but he does snort coke, says James. Bjork is goated, said AB Jobson. Yeah. Love Bachelorette. It's a great song, said Aleister. Oh my God, we're so good. Army of Me. Oh my God, look at all the love for Bjork. Oh God, we're so cool. We're so amazingly cool as a community. Let's go. Guys, look, we've found a happy place. We found a positive place. We've come together in our love of Bjork. And she's so cute as well. You could put her in your pocket, and I love that. Right. I've Seen It All by Bjork is Amazeballs. Oh, I don't know if I know that. I don't have all of her albums. I've just got the best of here. I do have a couple of her albums. Heliocentric, is it? That's excellent. I don't know if I know that one. Vince should never have sold WWE, said Taker 1990. It's just business, said Eric. Bjork or Bobcat Goldthwait. Family Guy fans will get that. I don't get that. RO is gone, said K-pop lover. Oh, has that been confirmed? Has that been confirmed? La 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 la. I don't have that confirmed at the moment. Julian has responded saying they'd build in feud stories for the upcoming weeks. It's just not good enough though, is it? It's one of those episodes of like your favourite show where, you know, things move forward but nothing really exciting or essential happens and it's a skippable week. And to be honest, your favourite show can't do that too many times before it starts losing viewers. I'm not saying we're going to start losing viewers, but I'm just saying that excuse of, well, they're just building up feuds. Well, they're not doing it in a very exciting way. Okay. Oro Mensa takes the biscuit, says Jim. This episode is a bit poopy. All Is Full of Love music video by Bjork is GOAT. All is full of love. I think I do know that song. All is full of love. Is that the one that was mentioned earlier? Because I think I do know that song. And yeah, All Is Full of Love I've got is track one. Track one on the greatest hits. And that little fella's on it as well. Love him. Do you know, I heard It's Oh So Quiet and I wasn't really a fan. And so I think that really hurt her career. I was not like, oh, I don't like that song. It was massive hit, but I was like, nah. But then you listen to her other stuff. None of her other stuff is anything like that whatsoever. And her voice is incredible. Incredible. Hip Attack there by Naya. Metal Mama said, such a good CD. I listened to that in 2006 just over and over and over again. K-pop lover said Bjork has been released. Oh my God. Oh my God. TKO, you've gone too far. Shot coming in there by Jades. Daze, what do we think about the behind the scenes show? I hate the idea, how it's done. I know how, but I don't want to see it, said WWE. I have a slightly different opinion. My, hang on. There we go. Yeah, my opinion on it is that, and I've said this in like Unseen and stuff. If we say that this is like a TV show, which is what I say, if someone ever says to me, "Oh, you watch wrestling?" my reaction is, "Well, yeah, it's just a TV show. It's like Walking Dead. It's like Breaking Bad. It's like Sopranos. Like they're characters doing a story." And you know, I know that it's scripted. I know it's not real. But it doesn't mean that I can't enjoy it. Just like Breaking Bad, just like Walking Dead, just like Sopranos, just like The Wire, right? And I always say that. That's my go-to answer. I'm sure it's your go-to answer as well. So if there's a behind-the-scenes documentary for Breaking Bad, I could watch that and it wouldn't ruin Breaking Bad. If there's a behind-the-scenes documentary for Walking Dead, which I've actually seen bits for, it doesn't ruin Walking Dead. So for me, a behind-the-scenes kind of seeing them in Guerrilla as the show's run and everything, it doesn't. It's not going to ruin wrestling for me. I'm not gonna struggle to watch the show after it. I mean, I'd say if it really bothers you and it is going to be something that's not for you, I mean, obviously just don't watch it. But I don't mind it being out there as an option. I'm actually quite looking forward to watching it. A lot of the stuff I'm really interested in is the creative side. We talk a lot on this channel about why are they doing this? You know, why would they do that? Why would we book it this way? Where's that going? So to actually take some of the mystery away and actually see the creative process is a gift, really, for me. Because I would like to know if the conversations they're having are the conversations I think they're having. And it won't ruin the show. I won't look at this and go, "Oh, I know this is scripted anyway," you know. So it's not going to really massively affect things to me. There was a good counterpoint that got made, though. I can't remember who made it, but someone said, "What if you watch that show and the stuff that they almost did but didn't do was better? Won't that be frustrating?" And it's like, yeah, that will be frustrating. That will be frustrating. But I mean, that's not enough of a reason to not do the show. You know, if it turned out that we were going to get such and such against such and such instead of, you know, let's say the flipping main event of WrestleMania was going to be different and it was going to be better. It looked like it would be better. And then we ended up with what we... Yeah, that'll be frustrating. But it'll be a big talking point. It's kind of like, it's no different really than finding out in a shoot interview, we were going to do this, but we didn't. It's a bit like that stuff comes out in Chris Van Vliet interviews, doesn't it? When people get released. I'd imagine like Cora Jade and all these people, Dakota Kai, Chris Van Vliet will speak to them and they'll tell you about some plans that were going to happen but never did happen. It's only the same as that, you know? It's only the same, and that's already out there. Oh, back elbow there by Tiffany. So I got a different approach, but Stone Cold made a good point. He said that it's a bit like magic. Oh, that was lovely. Tiffany is injecting some much needed excitement here. He said it's like magic. I don't want to see how the illusion is done. But I don't look at this like magic. I don't look at this and go, how are they doing this? You know, I don't really compare it to magic. If someone says to me, why do you watch wrestling? I don't go, well, it's just like magic. I always say it's like a TV show or a movie, and they have behind-the-scenes documentaries. So I have a different opinion to a lot of people. I think the majority don't like it. But that's honestly how I look at it. And I think it probably helps that I've got a real interest in seeing the creative process as well, you know. Nia is in the ring. Daze, when it comes to NXT talent getting knee injuries, aside from Sol Ruka, is it really tough injury to overcome? Because Cora, Gigi, Nikita have changed their style. Yeah, no, I think it is. I think it is. I think that we're starting to really see that is the case. I don't think Bayley's the same as she was. It's going to be questionable if Charlotte will be the same as she was. I think the knee injury is a serious thing, yeah. Kit coming in. It depends on your style. We made the point earlier about Stone Cold. It didn't really change him, but then his style is like a brawling style anyway. Naomi on the shoulders of Jay. Oh, planted. Sean has tweeted. What's he said? Look at that. Look at that. Look. Whoa. That was Jade. I felt that in my soul. This is the remaining name that I had heard. I'm sending my best to Oro Mensa. Oh, well, that kind of implies then that Sean has not heard of any other names. So perhaps Gallus and Oro Mensa are the only names that have happened kind of since. Oh, mate, that looked brutal by... oh, my God. There was no holding her weight back there. Do you know, low-key, this might be amongst one of the best matches that we have seen. There's lots of action. I tell you what, if Jade is not feeling brilliant after that, though, I could understand. I think Nia dropped all her flipping weight on her there, and it did look pretty brutal. She's kicking Naomi out the way. Jade is back in the corner. She's still selling at the moment. Nia charges into Jade. Jade goes down. Nia shooting, said heel face. That was a good squash for Nia, says Metal Mama. Okay, she's up. She was going to do the Annihilator. She hasn't, though. She's going to look to do a powerbomb of Nia. She carries her out to the middle. Oh, mate, she's got a handful of boob there, isn't she? Jade Cargill. Honestly, both hands are on. Mate, she, like, sexually assaulted her. She planted her down and then immediately went, mate, if I did that, I'd be arrested. Oh, but she can do it. Because she's got a womb. It's not fair. It's just not fair. Oh, right on the boobs, honestly. Whoa. Jade has got that belt over her shoulder. She likes how it feels. She liked how something else felt earlier as well, let me tell you. I was here. I saw. I phoned the police. She gives the championship back over. Oh, don't you dare do a little... Flipping sucks, that does. There's Naomi. She attacks Jade from behind. Waste of time, said Matty Boom. Nah, we might get the Wyatts. Hang on. We're not done yet. We might get the Wyatts. Naomi holding up that women's championship. She's holding up Tiffany's championship while standing over Jade's. Tiffy's on the outsides. We've got the credits. Naomi walks over Jade's. Holds up that championship. There's a lot of women that are looking for that championship. Here we go. We're going to get the Wyatts. Here we go. It's faded to black. We've got the Netflix logo. They're just making us wait. It says, thanks for joining. The live event has ended. You're not going to catch me out like that. I'm not. I'm not an amateur viewer. Okay, the show has ended, and now we've gone to the Netflix home screen. This is going to be a challenge, you know. It is going to be difficult from here to get the Wyatt 6 on. It's going to be tricky. Maybe it'll just pop back up or something. I don't know. Perhaps it just, like, reappears, or I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm free for the next hour, so I mean, I'm quite happy to wait, but nothing at the moment. Nothing at the moment. You know, Bjork was on like a big theatre kind of tour thing, and she's ended that now. So there is some hope we should get a new Bjork album. I think she is working on something, so just something to kind of keep your eyes on. Someone give me a shout if we do get anything Wyatt 6 related. But nothing really showing itself at the moment. No. Right. Aleister said, I bet Naomi will cost Jade next week. Well, I hope so. I hope they all cost each other. I hope every woman in the world gets involved. I hope someone in this community becomes women's champion. That's what I hope. Overall, E, said Blue Will Sonic. Let's get a poll. Muggsy said, awful show. Awful show. Guys, I've got to tell you, this episode of AEW was not it. It was not it. This is why I don't watch AEW. I've given them a chance on a Friday. I could have watched SmackDown, but I've tuned into this AEW show instead, and it was not good enough. Daze, Ryan Garcia lost in his boxing match in the main event. That's very sad. Wasn't he done for drugs? You know who won't be champions? The Wyatts. No, they'll be back in a minute. It'll be on... they'll come back on Raw Recap. There it is. It's Raw Recap. You know the... oh, hang on, no. This was SmackDown. Do they do a SmackDown recap? Is there like a post-SmackDown show somewhere? It'll be on that. It'll be on that. The Wyatts are worse than Cena. You never see them. Yeah, Cena's a joke. Cena's got that you never see me, but we do always see him. He needs to be more like the Wyatt 6. They flipping live that gimmick, don't they? They're not out here just saying you can't see me, but you can actually see them. You actually can't see them. Oh my God. They are so good. They are so good. They are so committed. And do you know what? There'll be so many people online going, oh, the Wyatts suck. No. No. It's just a level of commitment that you're not used to. It's a level of commitment that John Cena could only dream of. Yeah? Daze, you just missed the Wyatt. No! You missed the Wyatts. They were doing absolutely nothing. Oh, God. I knew it. I knew if I turned away, they'd pop up. Christopher said, do WWE still do SmackDown Lowdown after the show? I don't know. Honestly, I really don't know. I'll have a quick look at their YouTube channel. I don't know what they do. Release people. That's what they do. Friday night release people. Best of Backlash live. No. There's no live shows for a SmackDown Lowdown unless they upload it as a video. Could they maybe do it as a video? Nope. There's been nothing in recent weeks. And I would imagine it would be on their YouTube channel, wouldn't it? So, no, it doesn't look like they do a SmackDown Lowdown. They do Raw Recap. They do Raw Recap, but no SmackDown Lowdowns. Annoying. Daze, saw them. Oh, you saw them. Terrible, says John. I tell you what, I don't even want to blooming put the thing... I don't even want to put the feedback thing up. It's just going to be half an hour of me reading people going, it sucked, it was rubbish, it's one of the worst shows I've ever seen. And you're not wrong. I mean, I don't know if it's one of the worst shows ever, but it's got to be in the running for one of the worst of the year. I wonder if there's any green shoots. I wonder if there's any positive sort of vibe there. Alex says, please. I want to know what is going on with creative. This is insane. 5 out of 10. Days, I'm a bit worried for the Wyatts with the release. Nah, I'm not worried about the releases. I don't think we're not that level, mate. I really don't believe we're that level. I'm not worried about them getting released. I'm just worried about them not flipping. I'm just worried about them not being on TV. Just worried but frustrated at the fact that they're not around, you know? Hey, but I don't worry about them being potentially released. I forgot to queue up the poll, so I just thought I will type that out whilst I'm sat here with you guys. What did you think about SmackDown? What's the date? It's the 2nd. Bang, 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 bang. Okay. Was it? Should I even put all time? Probably not. Great. Good. Or bad. Is this an actively bad show? Is this acceptable, or is it actually it was bad? I just don't know. It will be interesting to find that out, actually. It will be interesting to find that out. See what you lot thought. It is all-time bads. It was bad, said Dr. Luchalala. It was actively bad. Wow, I wonder if people will select that. I'm not trying to influence anyone's choices. You choose what you want to choose, right? I'm not. You do what you do. You, yeah, you do you. But I do wonder if this will get like actually a bad score overall. Right. Let's end this poll. Days, Vince never overcharged us fans for a seat. TKO and The Rock sucks. Remember, he's the final boss. He can change what Triple H writes for a storyline. The Rock never showed up to Mania. Yep. I mean, I wouldn't take the final boss thing too literal. He is on the board, and he has got power, and he can certainly have a say. But he can also be overruled by Ari Emanuel. But Ari's just not going to get involved, is he? I actually don't know if The Rock was adamant he wanted to do something and Nick Khan and Triple H were adamant you're not. I think they would both have to go to Ari Emanuel, and Ari Emanuel would have to get the final call. And I genuinely don't know what he would choose. Would he choose his friend The Rock and go that way, or would he respect that the WWE management do not want to do this thing? I think he would listen to it and listen to the arguments and have to make a decision. But to be honest, no one's going to want it to go that far, are they? So I think they just try to work together. So I don't know that Triple H is constantly being overruled. I don't know that that's happening. But I do think there's times where The Rock comes in and goes, right, I think this is what we should do. And I don't think Triple H wants to rock the boat. I don't think he wants to upset The Rock. And so, you know, sometimes we go with it, sometimes we don't. If we don't, there's alternatives that are proposed, like, let's not turn Cody, but how about we turn John? Blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, that dynamic's interesting. I mean, I wonder if we get a glimpse of it on that behind-the-scenes show. I wonder if we get a glimpse of it there. But you're only ever going to see what they want you to see. That's obviously going to be edited, and you're only going to see what they're going to allow you to see. There won't be anything on that show that WWE aren't comfortable with you seeing. So there might be the odd thing that slips past. Like, I don't know if they read what was on the boards. I would imagine they did, because, you know, they deal with very sensitive stuff, don't they? You can't have written on the board Shayna Baszler to be released in May, you know? So I would imagine that someone was hired as they were like edited to kind of go through and make sure there was no sensitive information that was revealed. But yeah, you'll only see in that thing what they are okay with you seeing. But yeah, it's just off, innit? It is just off. But you're not alone. Do you know what this feels like? It feels like, you know, when your sports team plays and they lose a game. It feels like that, but it feels like we've had a few losses this year. Feels like the team this year is not as good as the team we had last year. It's not as good as the team we had the year before. It feels like this team is lacking a little bit. And last year, we might have finished first or second in the league. Year before that, maybe third. This year, it feels like we're about like 10th, 11th. We're struggling a bit. Do you know what I mean? I feel like I've just done a watch-along and my team's lost 3-0. It kind of feels like that. It's like, it's not the end of the world. We're not going to stop being fans. It's not an epic disaster. We're not all crying saying we hate WWE, we're not going to watch anymore. But there are problems. It was mid, and I don't think the end result was a positive one. So that's kind of how I would put it into words. Are we going to be back and hopeful for Monday? Yes. Yes, we are. We will be back and we will be hopeful for Monday. But next week are also go-home shows, so that's also a problem. Because they traditionally are not very good. Guys, next week's SmackDown might actually be worse than this week. I just want you to know. Although next week we do have John Cena, so... And that glitch... Was it Wyatt connected? Everyone's got an opinion on that. That was last week on Raw, or last Monday. Monday just gone. Could it be that anything Wyatt 6 related is going to actually be on Raw and not on SmackDown? Could it be that Raw, following the glitch, people will be looking for other glitches on Monday to see, was there anything to that glitch last week, or was it just a glitch? So, people will be looking. If something shows itself on Monday, that will be exciting. So, I'm not trying to kick the can down the road. I feel like they should be back. But people are going to look on Monday now to see, was that glitch on Monday anything? Yeah, it's disappointing. It's a bad season. That's the way I'd word it. I think shows slow down when the weather gets nice, said Josh. The releases hurt the show. That is true. That is an excellent point. They did. Tony said, if you think about it, at some point, everyone is getting released at some point. Yep. Was that some bad WWE 2K25 matches on SmackDown? Grant, hello, bud. There was a Piper Niven in a suit match, so 10 out of 10. Javier Bernal has been released, said James. Really? Well, that's out of nowhere, isn't it? 56 seconds ago, big body may be gone, but the big body believers live forever. Javi isn't going anywhere. Free agent in 30 days. And you can book me at this. Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah. Well, do you know, that's strange because... Let's just whoosh over. So, if we go down, where was... Here, Oro Mensa. So, 22 minutes ago, Sean said, this is the remaining name that I had heard. So, that sort of suggested, like, Oro Mensa was the last one. But then, about 15 minutes ago, here, Sean said Javier has been released. So, that was 12 minutes ago, sorry. So, is that it now, or... And then there's Javier's comments. What does that mean from Angel? It looks like Angel in the dark, and it looks like Berto in the light, doesn't it? I don't know what that means. What does that mean? God, every tweet is being just analyzed. I would say over-analyzed, but it's me that's doing it. Guys, stop over-analyzing these tweets. And yes, I'm talking to myself. But it does sort of look like him in the dark and Berto in the light. And they are teasing splitting them. Join Andrade, said Connor. This is Big Body Harvey. Big Body may be gone, but the Big Body believers live forever. Javi isn't going anywhere. Free agent in 30 days. Now, his post did that. 3 minutes ago, which makes me think he's only just found out. If he got told before SmackDown, he would have posted before, wouldn't he? Why would you wait for SmackDown to end to post? Plus, also, wouldn't Sean Ross Sapp have found out? Don't know, it's weird, isn't it? That makes me think that they did not get to everyone before SmackDown. And, you know, there's a couple that they've had to try and contact. Do you know, think about that for Tatum. Tatum's partner, Javier Bernal, I think they're married, has just been released. And a flipping tag partner, Gigi Dolan, has just been released. Tatum's the only one that survived in that little group. Well, and technically, and Shotzi, but don't know what's happening with that situation because she's not been on TV. Time to show the world, says Tatum. That was a minute ago. Time to show the world. And then 54 seconds. Guys, this is such breaking news. This is like, I'm bringing it to you as they're typing it. Javier says, my love, to Tatum. He said it's time to show the world. So, yeah. I hope that's it, but I just don't know. I thought it was it earlier, but we've had a couple of releases with Oro Mensah. I thought that was it with Gallus. I thought Gallus was it. I thought we'd done everyone before and Gallus was it. And then since Gallus, we've had Oro Mensah and now we've just had Javier Bernal. I mean, it shows, doesn't it? If you go to Evolve, ooh, it's not good, is it? If you're Nikita Lyons, who's just gone to Evolve. I mean, it's not good because Big Body Harvey was in Evolve. Riley Osborne was in Evolve. Oro Mensah was in Evolve. Gallus were in Evolve. So all of those have been released today. If you're a talent that was on NXT and you've gone down to help out with Evolve, I mean, it's not a good sign. It means they don't have anything for you on NXT. But you know, I'd like to think that like a Wendy Chu, a Brindley Reese, they can find something for those guys. I was hoping the same with these, but apparently not. Wow. I need a triple vodka to drown me sorrows after that, says Liam. Dakota, Braun, Cora, the top 3 releases that I don't get, says AB. I feel awful for Cora, says Jessica. Rewatching, Damien had been crying, says Josh. What? Damien Priest had been crying? Daze, can we make a circle of hands and close our eyes and cry together, says Christopher. We do that in member streams, but... Cora is really the only one that shocks me, says Austin. Matta is tapping out for today. Matta, shout out to you, but yeah, I probably need to tap out as well, don't I? I've got Unseen and things to do. Unseen obviously is going to be there's no point racing to do Unseen because the big question people are going to have is what other releases have there been, and it seems like we're still getting bits coming through. So I think it's probably best for me to do the opinions video and then do Unseen after. Because, you know, by then people will be in bed and I would think that would be it for cuts. It might be it now, but, you know, Javier announcing that just 7 minutes ago makes me think maybe not. So there we go, guys. I apologize. I know you come here for bants. I know you come here for good times. I know that you found none of those things today. But this is one of the darkest days of the year, to be honest. This is the day that we know is going to happen. Like, it always tends to happen. So this isn't out the blue. It's not a surprise. It will be nice to have this in the rearview mirror, to be honest with you. So a real downer, a real disappointing day. A day that felt like it was coming. A day that felt like it was in the air. And a day that I'll be very eager to move on from. So there we go. I'm going to go and do Unseen. I'm going to go and do, well, quite a few bits, actually. I need to do opinions videos and get, predictions videos sorted and stuff like that. So no stream on Saturday, which is a bit of a head messer because I always tend to do one. But there's a lot going on the channel that I just need to catch up with. And also... just stuff that I need to catch up with. But thankfully, we can do one Sunday. We will do a watch-along on Sunday. We will do Backlash Sunday, retro watch-along. I think it's 2008. It's on WWE Vault. It's not set up yet. I only found out about it earlier today. So we'll do that on Sunday. And then we'll be back with our normal live stream on Monday. But yeah, during those kind of old school watch along streams, we can talk about whatever. I'll happily talk about releases and current product and all that stuff. So we can talk about whatever. So we'll just have Backlash 2008 on in the background. Keep an eye on it. Some scores, some lols. Right, there we go. Sentinel said sumo. You know me. I'd love to do a bit of sumo watch-alongs, but sadly not quite a bit going on at the moment. So, right. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate it as always. And I will see you again next time. Bye for now.